save you when you're tangled in your lies, caught up in the middle. I can see it in your eyes, lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now.
here for a little while. Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just your style. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. There for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same, or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. We're better together.
caught up in the middle. I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now.
Street Bets to go. Calls being made as they straight up.
Incredible. It's how it feels at the
Enough
top.
amount of time to try and make it in. Now it's all down to the final 2 men up. Dope. They have all the players.
I give it. Look at my
Stuck
eyes.
in one singular spot, getting the rest on the Xenox. Like, this is the last fight.
I got a lot on the line. This with a different approach. Only spend time in the boat.
Oh, Glory Gaming, they'll be huge for elimination points, I think. What's up, everybody here, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League North American Fall Split. We're here in the final phase. I'm your host, Hot Jukes. I hope you guys are ready for an amazing show that we got here today. Of course, we couldn't do this show without Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. This new format, this whole tournament has just been delicious. I hope you guys have enjoyed every single minute, and I hope you guys have been talking about it as well. And if you are, make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA. The more you guys talk about it, the more the big boys look at it, and the more good stuff we could do here on the show. And speaking of the show, let's get it on the road. I couldn't do it without my amazing guests. Let's bring them on in. The 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. How are y'all feeling today? It's Friday. It's Friday. Let's go.
It is Friday. We came back from 2 amazing first days of Phase 3. We saw a lot of action in Glitter. I'm hoping that continues onto this weekend.
It's got to. Bare minimum, right? I mean, I don't know if anybody in chat forgot, but this is the last weekend. This is it. We are in the final stretch of the whole season. Top 16 will be who make it through to finals, and then things continue to get whittled down from there. There's no sleeping now. Okay?
No
Put up or shut up,
sleeping.
Jukes.
That's right. That's right. I'm so stoked. I mean, that's it. That's it. It's today, tomorrow, the day after, and we're going to find out who's going to be in the finals, baby. Let's get this going. 7, you've been here every single day so far. We've seen some squads rise. We've seen some squads struggle, right? So I think we got to take a look at the overall leaderboards and see where everybody's lining up so we can start with these insane storylines we got here for the show.
100%. I mean, Knights has been the big up-and-coming, especially on Phase 3. I mean, look at them. 158 points so far in Phase 3, and they have closed up that gap in a big way to Nova Esports. Nova Esports started off this Phase 3 with a huge lead. I think it was somewhere anywhere between 50 to 70 points. It was massive. Knights has just been absolutely different. Now, another team that I do want to point out in 3rd place, APHELION Esports. This was a team that you've heard us say before, but in case you weren't here previously, let me just say it one more time. Phase 1, amazing performance. Phase 2, absolutely horrible performance. And here in Phase 3, they have definitely picked it up. A team that has been a little bit steady for me has WALLSTREETBETS. I'm really enjoying the way they're playing. 24K has been putting up some amazing performances. And then, surprise, surprise, too, Glitter, back-to-back is currently showing up here in the top 6.
Yeah, I hate when they do this to us, but it is kind of par for the course at this point. I mean, they tend to flourish in the final opportunity to get points, which in this specific instance is this last week. They already are at 122 points, right behind Knights, with the 2 of them having an insane Phase 3. So we'll have to see what back-to-back's able to do in this final weekend. But then moving on down the list, we see a bunch of other teams that we've had moments to individually touch on. Panthers, Ace of Spades, HQA, even Korean barbecue lovers. They've all had pop-off moments, but it's just about keeping themselves in that top 16 right now, because when we look through the rest of the overall rankings, this is where we're going to start keeping our eyes on, at least for this weekend, to see who is going to be making their way through. And the thing is, most of the squads are pretty safe, with the exception of a very small bubble around 17th to 15th, right? And we'll have to see what happens in this last weekend. THIRDEYE, 19 Esports, and Dope Esports, all very close in points, even though THIRDEYE, it seems like they're a little bit farther away. You can see that in Phase 3, they have matched 19 Esports' points, and they're only 9 points behind Dope. And if they can continue to at least match 19E, keep up with them a little bit, and just have a few pop-off performances here and there, Jukes, I mean, they'll be able to overcome at least one squad above them and then make their way into finals.
Yes, indeed. Dang, y'all just had to skip over Star Gaming like that, huh?
Yeah.
Toxic, dude. You hate to hear it, but hey, when you have the third worst performance, in phase 3, it's hard to talk about you. Hopefully we can see Star Gaming do what we saw there in a couple other days ago, but hey, it happens to the best of us. But you know what? 2 teams that really need to hold on, like you just mentioned, Glitter, right? It's gotta be Dope and THIRDEYE. Top 16 are going on to the finals. This is it. They are on the hot seat today. So they really need to make something happen, right?
Yeah, and that's why we have to talk about them. That's why I just kind of hinted at it when we were looking at the overall leaderboards. But between Dope and THIRDEYE, and even 19 Esports, now that we got to see that overall, these squads are going to be very, very close across the board. Now, specifically with THIRDEYE and Dope, you can see just how close these are, and that's with 19 Esports in the middle of them. So Dope is the one that's currently in the top 16, and THIRDEYE is right outside of that bubble in 17th place. But they're not that far behind Dope when it comes to eliminations. They're only 4 behind. Damage, only 1,000 damage behind. And with the days that we've been having leading up to this weekend, we have seen multiple times individual players have gotten that 1,000 damage mark. So it's possible. It's very possible. These performances are so similar that it really will only take a game where, say, Dope goes out early and THIRDEYE is able to capitalize to start leveling that playing field just the littlest bit more. And there's only 3 more days of gameplay now. And so we're going to be keeping our eyes right on that bubble area, 7, to see who rounds out the rest of our top 16.
Oh, we definitely will, because, yesterday, that gap between those 2 teams was a lot closer, and then Dope all of a sudden ended up with the 4th place finish. THIRDEYE ended up with the, 13th place finish. So they're going to be moving back and forth a lot, I feel like, today.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about these kind of tournaments, my favorite things to look at is squads that have that clutch factor, ones that just struggle so hard in the beginning, but then pop off right when you need to. And one squad that comes to mind has got to be back-to-back, 7. We've seen them do this before, but, I have major complaints because with this new format, it doesn't really give you the opportunity to start off slow, right? You have to just go crazy every single match. So I think back-to-back is one squad I might be keeping a close eye. What do you think, 7?
Yeah, I'll say it here first. I absolutely hate when they start slow, okay? It's I hate it not just because of the current layout, but I hate it because when they do end up making it to bigger tournaments that are not as long, it ends up hurting them. And I feel like that's something really, really big that has hindered them when it comes to global performances. So do me a favor, pull up that head-to-head between Knights and back-to-back, because we do want to highlight how well they have been doing here in this phase 3. You can see, by the way, Knights, just doing Knights thing. Okay, let's try not to pay attention too much to their stats, but let's actually just give a little bit of credit for what back-to-back's been able to do. 1,300 damage so far per game. Like, that was non-existent.
Crazy.
At all during phase 1. And then 7.7 elims. If you would have, actually, I would have said yes. But if you would have told anybody, do you think this team is going to perform any better, especially after the phase 1 that they had? A lot of people might have said no, especially if they're not familiar with back-to-back. And what's impressive, too, for me is the average survival time. Now, all these stats are awesome, but I want to highlight the players a little bit more, because the players are what's making this team just so amazing for the past 2 days that we got a chance to see them. If I go between phase 1 and 2 and I was to combine all their eliminations and all their matches played, there was only 2 players that were actually averaging at least 1 elimination per match, and that was Killswitch and Polo G. Now, so far, this phase 3, everybody currently in their squad, they're averaging over 1. J7 is currently averaging 1.8 eliminations per match. Jay is averaging 1.6. And then when you go to the 2 players that have been performing since phase 1 and phase 2, Killswitch and Polo G, they're currently averaging over 2 eliminations. So hopefully this trend continues. And I feel like with this team, it always comes down to 2 players. I'm really hoping that they continue on this trend, right? We talked about it before. We have heard the caster say it over and over again. It's not just about 2 players anymore. It's about having that full team roster that can actually back it up and get those eliminations. You know what I'm talking about, Jukes?
Oh, I sure do, because, man, when it comes to those international squads, they are playing as a full squad. They are starting hot. They are hot throughout the way, and then they're finishing hot as well. So that's what we're looking to see here in this tournament. And, one squad that's got that heat, right, is the Knights. That's for sure, right? Another one Nova, Glitter. I know that squad you've been looking at right there, you know. And at the end of the day, we're looking to see who is going to be that squad that competes on that international stage. PMGC is the goal for all these squads, right, Glitter? And right now, that race for that golden ticket straight there, it really is in between these two teams, right?
Yeah, and that's why Knight's performance just over the last couple days of the beginning of this phase was so important. Yes, in the individual phase on this leaderboard, it's huge for them. They're getting some points, solidifying more bonus points if you want to focus on the bonus points going to finals. If we're outside of this season, the PMGC leaderboard, we have to talk about it because this is where it matters. Now, there's only one team from NA that will be going to PMGC based off of their points here. All right, this is like their guaranteed ticket to PMGC. And when we look at that leaderboard, originally, because of the performance that Nova had in phases 1 and 2 of the fall season, they had just managed to squeak ahead Pittsburgh Knights. So Pittsburgh Knights were ahead for forever because look at that spring total. It's obscene. Their Knights, what they got from what they got in the spring season was putting them in such a solid spot. And then they had a very slow start, or at least slower than what we've expected for the Knights. And they fell behind Nova, who was able to catch up. Now, in just this phase alone, the points that Knights have gotten in 2 days have put them back up above Nova. And now it's going to fall onto the shoulders of Nova to hunt them down in whatever capacity, whether that's literally or that's just in points, and try to knock them out of that spot on the leaderboard. But you know, Jukes, that these two teams are going to be battling the rest of this weekend, probably mostly focused just on the PMGC points, because at this point, both of those squads are safely making it to finals.
That's for sure, you know, but this is the big score, right? I mean, the prize pool is amazing, but that golden ticket to PMGC, everyone is just foaming out the mouth for that. Well, only really 8 players, right, between Nova and the Knights at this point. But you know, with that storyline in mind, Glitter, I gotta ask you this question because you know, Nova yesterday had probably one of the worst performances that we've seen, right? At least in a hot minute. So it was really hard for me to understand, you know, why they had such a bad performance. You know, what do you think about that?
And it was even weirder, too, because they started out so strong. They had an over 2,600 damage game to start off the day, and then just really kind of crashed and burned after that. And hopefully that's not what we got this weekend, okay? We are getting a day off in between, so whatever they did that they needed to work on, they had all of yesterday to possibly tweak, fix, and or recover mentally from. And now this is the final weekend. It's the last push, and I need to see them show us why they did so well in phases 1 and 2.
That's right. It's the final countdown. We're about to get this show on the road, everybody. We'll be right back with y'all right after this quick video.
Meanwhile,
Get out of my face!
yeah.
Pew, pew. The good old Carmageddon right there. Oh, I love these little new segments that we see here. Some nice little challenges, kind of mix things up a little bit. Got to be fun for these pro players as well. The Star Gaming got the best of that little, episode that we just saw. But man, are they going to be able to bounce back here today, Seven?
With what I saw from the first 2 days of Phase 3, I'm gonna have to say no. But there is hope for Star Gaming fans out there because we did have a day off, right? Hopefully they went back. So what happened, did a lot of VOD review, which I really trust them to do. So there's a slight chance. So I'm telling you, there's a chance, Jukes.
There's a chance.
There's always a chance.
All right, always a chance. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the schedule, see exactly what we got going on here today for y'all. We're starting off in the jungle, baby. Glitter, I know you got to be hyped about some Sandhawk action off the rip.
I love that. Let's start off the day with a little bit of chaos, kind of throw everybody to the wolves, and with a little bit of uncertainty too. I think this is going to be a great way to kick off the day because then they're just back to back of the same map, which is going to be wildly different from just the insanity of Sandhawk. I kind of feel bad for the groups that play, the teams that don't get to play.
Same.
Yeah, let's take a look at the participating teams so we can see exactly what's going on here. Group E is going to be sitting out of that Sandhawk match. That's got to be kind of good for, both, Dope, 19E, because they don't have to kind of worry about that chaos there, But that back-to-back, they're going to have that time to practice and then really get it done once again. Here's Seven.
But in a way, like, if I'm Thirdeye right now, I'm looking at Sandhawk like a huge opportunity because of all that madness. I mean, going back to how maybe some of their performances, you gotta take advantage of that mayhem, right? If you can play it a little bit slower, try something up. If not, hey, if you really need the points, do what Nova does. Try the Nova strategy.
Heal it up, heal it up. Who do you guys think is going to win this first game? Go ahead and tweet at us, tag us on Instagram. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA. Do a quick little selfie as well. And, hopefully we can get you your photo here on the show and we can talk about it. You can be on the show with us, right?
Yes.
Well, guess what? I can hear the plane. I can hear the pitter-patter of little PMPL feet going. Let's get this first match on the road. Let's go ahead and send it over to our casters, Zute and Span Cargo.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. I'm ready for this weekend, and in fact, I'm so ready. I'm chilling. I got a little cute cat on, and it's because, the Knights are looking so good from day 1 and day 2 of this week that I have no worries. I'm just gonna kick back, relax, and watch, the Knights team just absolutely dominate this weekend, Span.
I'm actually really excited to be back after that short week break, and of course these last 2 days of games. Now we're finally into the weekend. We're in that middle day of the last week before the finals. This is around the time where it starts to get really interesting, Zute. So I'm really excited to finally have gotten to that point of the event, and continue to see teams like the Knights dominate and see who else can step up to the plate.
In case for you guys that missed it, Tuesday, Wednesday, some of you guys might have been busy, but the Knights absolutely crushed it. And I would have to argue, I think Wednesday was their best single performance day I've ever seen. Because not only did they get a lot of points like typical Knights fashion, the best part was, Span, their synergy was on point. It used to be like Coops, right? If Coops is popping off, Knights is popping off. But we saw on Wednesday that it was Xenox and also especially Spec. They won a 2v4 on Sandhawk. It was absolutely crazy. They had so many clutch, gripping the edge of your seat plays that it makes me so excited for this weekend that it's just I can't wait to get into the first match. And the best part is the Knights are playing the first match, and it is once again going to be starting off the day in Sandhawk.
And I know that it was already touched upon, but since I am fresh this week, I just have to point out once again that there are not only the points to get into the last match for this week, but there's also points to get into the finals, and then there's also points to get into PMGC. So that's something that I'm a little bit late to the party this week on. And
take a look at that. Take a look at that. That's what you missed out on. The top 3 fraggers for this week. All Knights player, 27, 21, and 21. That's what I'm saying, man. You missed. You missed out. But you got today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Hopefully they keep up that pacing.
No, I want to see it, right? It's just so awesome when you see a team go ahead and dominate. So today, I'm hoping that's going to happen again. I feel like usually, honestly, we got pretty exciting games into the weekend as well. So I'm looking forward to it, and especially back to my point of the PMGC points. Like, I think that's even it's like an additional layer that I wasn't even aware of until I found out this week about it, right? So that's pretty insane. I'm excited to see what Knights and Nova are kind of going to do about it, especially since, as of right now, the Knights are ahead of Nova. And that's a big spot to kind of give to another team, right? So I'm expecting maybe even more aggression than usual towards the end of this event.
Yeah, and also Nova, like I think this week they're just really faltering. Like one thing that really kind of stood out to me this week, besides Nova not performing as well, was that on Sandhawk, they didn't manage to med to second place like they always do. I think they got a 4th place finish on a certain match on a certain day, and it was just like not looking like the Nova we're so used to, right? They usually always get that second place on Sandhawk. We'll see how they do today, but like it's like complete opposites, right? Knights firing on all cylinders and more than I've ever seen. And then Nova, their tried and true strategy of like at least medding to second place isn't even working for them. So I feel like that gap is going to widen a bit more. And hey, I'm more than happy seeing Knights at the end of this tournament have the most amount of points from, you know, the fall and spring split and getting that well-deserved, in my opinion, PMGC League invite slot.
Well, we have a couple more days until that is officially decided, but you're right. I think the Knights have been really consistent. Nova has too, but just not quite as much. And as of right now, one seeming a little bit more solid in their performance, the other maybe a little bit shaky from that knowledge. We'll see if that's going to continue into these last few days of this event before the finals. It does look like this zone does go up to the northern side, so Nova being down there in the south, maybe this is another chance for them to get that second place with the heel strat. We'll just have to wait and see.
Sure, Nova typically does better when the zone's further away. On Sandhawk, lets them rotate and move in the blue a little bit more to scavenge as many first aids as they can. But yeah, with this northern circle, I feel like it's a really great circle for the Knights to get a really good spot on their first rotation. So works kind of both ways right now. Nova gets a good med strat, and Knights, they get a good circle or first circle to play in. As for all the other teams, they're in their usual spots. Star Gaming has a huge opportunity here. Star Gaming showed up really strong in week 2, one of the most consistent teams. I believe they finished like 2nd place overall, just right behind Nova. But so far in week number 3, kind of nowhere to be seen. It seems like it was like a one-off thing, similar to APHELION. They're doing better this week compared to week 2, where they absolutely just disappeared. And as I say that, okay, this is the Knights. This is why I hyped them up. That was insane.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, when you were saying that they had a good spot, I'm like, and they're already on the move. It looks like they're going to push up to the north, and they already want these eliminations. For MEZEXIS, not only is it Star Gaming that needs to kind of step it up and get points this week specifically, so does MEZEXIS. They're the team right below them in 19th place, just for this week's points total. So right now, kind of trapped inside this building. Oh, there we go. Does look like Flaw will be able to get a knock onto Xenox there, but I don't know how much more the rest of MEZEXIS is going to kind of be able to bring this back, or at least this nade's going to have to be huge to get rid of Coops. Another member of the Knights on the opposite side of this road here. They might actually be able to win this here, Zute.
But the problem is there's a third party coming in. We have APHELION Esports on the high ground, checking out where all the commotion is. So the Knights will be able to reset. MEZEXIS is the one that's sandwiched between the two, so APHELION's actually going to get the first knock and finish on MEZEXIS. That's a good warning for the Knights to play this a little bit more careful, because it's no longer a 4v4. Now, I think they'll be able to get inside cover without losing one player. Tensa gets knocked, unfortunately. MEZEXIS is making this push very difficult, in APHELION, well, they're going to be able to pick up as many points as they want if they decide to go all in on this.
Ooh, there you go, a little bit more damage here as APHELION getting that knock onto Spec. It's like a little bit unfortunate that this third party is happening, because MEZEXIS, I feel like this could have been their win, and these are the eliminations that they need. APHELION making their presence here, that's kind of gonna just ruin things for MEZEXIS down there on the bottom of the leaderboard here. It was going well, not so much anymore. The flush comes through onto one of the Knights members. So far, they're maybe the roughest out of all of this. Of course, MEZEXIS is just down to 2 people, but in all, MEZEXIS, the Knights, they're both just, they're kind of in the same boat together. Like, both of them are down to 2 people left, and APHELION is just trying to take the high ground. Looks like back-to-back might be rotating in this direction as well, so if APHELION gets distracted, maybe these 2 other teams will be able to do something about it, but for now, they're kind of just having to sit and wait.
Yeah, APHELION right now playing very safe. They have a good spread to watch out for potential third parties. Because that's the thing. If you're going to third party a team on Sandhawk, you got to be prepared to get third partied as well. Now, I think APHELION's doing a good job pacing that out, you know, keeping a wide spread, keeping eyes on everything. And they're actually going to disengage. They picked up a point, or they picked up 4 total points. And they're like, well, I've had it my fill. We're going to go back to Paradise Resort and hold that fort down as the next circle shifting too. So that's also a good idea. Get prepped for the next circle. Don't stand around too long trying to, you know, pick up some scrap points.
I mean, a couple of shots from back-to-back, or maybe they spotted somebody down to the southern side. They're just like, yeah, you know, we kind of got what we wanted. Half of 2 teams, so we're just going to go back up, be safe, especially as the circle pops. And it's going to go a little bit more over towards that western side. So we still got that interesting, as always, Zute split across that river. So there's still going to be a couple teams playing on that small island to the west, but it's still majority of the main island on the eastern side. So I feel like that's where we're going to see most of the teams try and prioritize. But even last week, I should really say like 2 weeks ago, the same thing happened, and there's still a lot of teams that ended up swimming across the water and something crazy to get underneath the bridge and ended up taking some huge wins. So even though it's going to help more on the eastern side, those teams, I mean, the western teams could still make something happen here, and that's exactly why they're continuing to stay over there and play it.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, it was actually back-to-back that made that crazy play. They rotated from the northwest island to the eastern island, and then the circle shifted in a very strange way up to the north right underneath that bridge, and they took a swim, and they ended up getting a lot of points. They might have even got the chicken. I know they either got second or first. It came down to them and, like, a second. Either way. I'm curious to see if back-to-back does the same exact thing here, because it worked really well for them last time. We see Nova on your screen, you know, in the blue, hunting for all those first aids. And they saw in the kill feed, 2 of the Knights player did go down. You could be sure that the Nova team is tracking the Knights every little step, every little, you know, engagement that they might get into, and keeping track of pounding players are out, because they're both in that race for that PMGC position. The hit list getting into fight on the northern side, getting a nice one onto 4Bros. Now, this 4Bros team, when push comes to shove, they pretty much just get shoved and fall over. The 4Bros haven't been able to do anything, in my opinion, for all 3 weeks. If I recall correctly, they were definitely at some point the last place team out of the 28 teams, and they still might be, as another one about to get taken down. Hiding in the smoke, he gets one, but quickly traded. And that is 4Bros completely wiped, and the hit list pick up 4 points.
Yeah, I was definitely pausing there for a bit, though, because do you see that vehicle on fire right there that she just ran by? I have a feeling that maybe, well, it's right behind him. I'm sure that the hit list took some shots at that vehicle and got it low enough that in the elimination feed, why I paused and said, wait a second, was because I saw an explosion of one of the 4Bros members exploding their teammates and exploding themselves. So, you know, context clues. Vehicle probably got low enough that right when they crashed into that building, the vehicle exploded and took 2 of them out before the hit list even made that crash. So they aren't doing well, and not only that, even just in that fight, they were already just down even more immediately.
Taking a look at the Panthers here, coming in from the east side. This is another team that really stepped up this week. Week 1, we talked a lot about them. They look great. I love the way they were playing. Week 2 kind of fell off. Week 3, I think they won like 2 chickens in one day and just had a really good performance. So I want to see if they keep that up into this weekend. I know Fears actually personally reached out to me for like, yo, our team's, you know, feeling a little bit of pressure here after, you know, they're down slope on week 2, gave them some words of encouragement, and seems like they're doing great. As Yi getting knocked, I don't think that's the first aider, so they should be okay. But TC trying to do the same strat. They're also sitting in the blue, trying to actually maybe camp out Nova for their first aid kits.
kind of seems like it. They're the ones that are completely wrapped around that bridge, and now that they know where they are, they're slowly coming closer. You can see that Nova, I mean, not all of them are down inside of that compound, so that's going to be good for them, and that they're going to be able to get away if needed. We cannot say the same for the Nova members that already made it into that compound, and you can see the second one there actually being flushed out by Godfan. And that means Nova is also just down to 2 people left. Yeah, that was a really long spray just to make sure that they get that elimination, but Nova wasn't even going for it in the first place. They're just backing up off of this, and as you can see, at least Kindness isn't the one that was holding all of the first aids here. He only has 5, so they're going to have to figure out a different strategy right now as another fight is popping off. 4 Bros already out of the game, another team that we just so desperately want to see them perform a bit better is Angry Amateurs, and they're fighting against the Panthers right now, which is a really aggressive team that can win a lot of team fights. So might not be too good for them, except they are at the very tippy top of this hill, and it doesn't look like the Panthers are actually deciding to be full out aggressive directly. Seems like they're kind of slowing down a little bit for a moment.
Yeah, just for a moment, but Chico finds that opening, and I think in typical Panthers fashion, they play slow, get that first knock, and then it is all out aggression. You see 2 of the players, Fierce and Chico, rushing up the hill to confirm the point, also to trade each other in case there's any campers around here. Chico rocking that DBS, gets sprayed from long range. Good support lines out of the Angry Amateurs team. That 1v1 actually was more of a 3v1 as, a quick turnaround with the UMP, and everything's falling apart for the Panthers. That momentum they had looking like slowing down a little bit coming into this weekend, but it is Sandhawk. A lot of things could go wrong, and this time around, it did go wrong for the Panthers.
Oh man, the Angry Amateurs, they actually stopped pretty far away though, which was making me nervous, but the Panthers, they weren't able to really push as fast as I was expecting. All of Angry Amateurs were able to make it here on time, especially if you have a scooter there, but Frady is going to rip him off of that, actually get a second one knocked in a row. It's just 1 person left with the blue is upon him, and you can see that he's so low, but it doesn't matter! Oh my goodness, that 3K for Frady. He brought that back for the Panthers there, and he's going to probably be able to heal up real quick as the last one up inside of that blue.
Xenox 1v1 here. He wins these, no doubt. And good spray. Even trade though. He's got the advantage. He is making him panic. Xenox has the movement. He's got the jukes. And Remix actually going with first aid kit. It's going to be a little bit of reset. Xenox stops the first aid, so that gives Remix a huge advantage here. And maybe Xenox didn't have the first aid, but really well played out. Remix winning that one. I know 1v1ing Xenox is probably one of the scarier things, but MEZEXIS, they take that one out. I think it started off as a 2v2 after everyone got finished getting third party by APHELION. Came down to them 2. And 2v2, MEZEXIS comes out on top. But that 1v3 by Frady, man, that drop shot, immaculate. Yeah, just 1 bullet scraping him, he would have went out. Yeah, because he was also in that blue zone. But the other guy didn't even touch him at all in a 1v3. And Frady's still up. I think he managed to pick up some first aid kits, so might get some placement points. But, I mean, we still have 13 teams alive, and we haven't even talked about the circle with all the action happening. And after this shift, we're definitely going to get a lot more east, west. Who knows where it's going to go.
Yeah, no, this is definitely the worst case scenario for this kind of a circle, and it looks like it's actually going to go back over towards the western side. I don't think I guessed that, especially when we were talking about it earlier, Zute. The majority is over there to the west, and you can see that there's one team very happy about that, and that's Execute. I am a little bit interested to see what they're going to do now, though, because they are very split. Not all of them are inside that compound in the very center of this zone. They actually have 2 up on top of the rocks to the western side. That could give them really dominant control of this entire circle, or it could just open them up to losing half of their team with some other teams trying to take that upper position from them.
I feel like that's like very typical of Execute. It's like either they set up really well, right? Positioning everything, like they know how to play the game, they know how to support each other, but it's all about the execution. So you put it perfectly. They either dominate that area or they're all going to get picked apart. Nova, Ren getting a nice long range knock. Should be able to confirm that as that player is just going to be forced to bleed out and when the blue zone closes in. Back-to-back, playing in very, typical back-to-back fashion on Sandhawk. They like, swinging around the sides on the edges of the blue to find a pathway to cut in when the circle gets very late game, when the circle's between these 2 islands. And they had major success, one time doing the same exact strat. looks like they're setting themselves to try and replicate that once again.
Well, I mean, it could be really successful. You can even see here, Jayway. He knows that there's somebody over here. It's actually Kindness from Nova. He's just in the water over here. Nova, actually, by the way, super split apart. Only 2 of them left. Like, one's right on the edge of circle. The other one is just super far down to the southern side. So, seems like they already knew that they were at the disadvantage with being a 2-man. They're just going to go play this as some solos and see who's going to survive longer is kind of my feeling on it. Does look like Rin's going to give up his position, mostly because he's already being pushed by 2 members of back-to-back. A big spray from both sides coming through, but neither goes down. But Rin is able to actually get that knock, going for a little bit of the spray as well. It does look like he'll be able to get that flush. Oh, and look at this too. It was so close, but not quite. He almost got a 2K there, but J7 will be able to turn around. He has to heal and get up to his team fast though, because one of the other ones already knocked. You can see them rezzing, and the blue zone is going fast.
J7's probably not going to have to move anywhere. That player that he took down from Nova had 19 first aids, so they got a first aid strat gifted to them right there. Polo and Jayway, they'll go in, pick up as many frags as they can, and we'll see how far back-to-back makes it with that med strat in hand. Now the HITLIST getting pushed on the northeastern edge by APHELION Esports. APHELION started off this match really well with 4 points, third-partying MEZEXIS and the Knights, but now they got to take an honest 4v4 as they get sorry, not very honest, as they get third-party themselves by Star Gaming. So what goes around comes around. Zuko knocked the Clown, trying to do what he can, trying to breach into this zone by himself, but it's not looking very good for the APHELION Esports team.
Nope, I mean, Star Gaming, they have to use their position inside the zone to their advantage, right? And they had that bridge for the longest time, and the advantage of that spot is being able to third-party fights just like this. So, honestly, I'm glad that we were able to see that because they're using that position correctly for right now. And APHELION, I mean, they're going to be able to keep 3 up, but Trick's pretty low. He's going to be able to heal up. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the 4th, especially as the HITLIST. Yeah, especially as they're starting to surround that. A beautiful nade coming in from Jat G. We'll be able to flush one out, get the knock to the other, but walking right into that Molotov, that might have been a little bit of a mistake for him. He will be able to heal on time, and the rest of APHELION, they're actually slowing down. They don't want to be as aggressive. Try and get the trade on back before the big push happens.
Yeah, I feel like they should have just committed to the fight rather than going for that revive. And now the blue zone closing on both of these teams. The zone has shifted to like 40% water. Of course, Execute has the only hard compound. They're in a really good spot as the circle should shift back onto land, which gifts it right to Execute on the next circle. Right now, APHELION, the HITLIST, I think both of these teams are out unless if they got a med strat in hand, because they got to cross into the water, into the wide open, where there's THIRDEYE and Star Gaming waiting just to pick up any scraps. And we have a huge fight between the Chosen and Most Wanted in Hot 10 as both of those teams need to get in the zone. And on the south side, we got KBL fighting with back-to-back. No one's able to get into this circle unscathed. Execute just chilling right now.
Yeah, except Execute. They're just in that big compound. They did come down from the high ground, which is really nice to see because they can just 4-corner in that compound, make sure nobody else can get close, and they just get to wait. Like, they're just literally just letting the zone and the blue zone do its job, pushing people into each other to take each other out. What? It's a Frady!
Frady, yo, man!
Oh, man, I don't
He's
even
up
think
to
he
8
knew.
eliminations!
I don't even think
he has 8 eliminations
knew,
right now.
He has 8 of his team's 9 so far. Oh, but he goes out. Too much damage. I don't even think he knew that the APHELION member was in there, and he got that. And it looks like the HITLIST is going to follow right after in that compound. I mean, it's really early to kind of go out. A little bit unfortunate, but that is a good way to go out. You're right, to 8 limbs. Disgusting.
Yeah,
who else did he eliminate? I don't even know.
He took down a lot of names. Like, that was insane. Like, from the perspective of the player that got absolutely destroyed, it gave me whiplash. Like, I felt like, did I just go down? Like, what was that? Frady, absolutely insane. I mean, the Panthers are loving it. I know they're out, but I need to let that sink in a little bit more. There's a match going on, but holy, I'm going to rewind that back and watch myself as the zone actually shifts a little bit away from Execute, but it really doesn't matter because Execute have full control of the land. Everyone else is on the bridge or in the water. Like, the zone is literally, this is a free win for Execute. Like, no ifs and buts about it. They just need to see how many points they can pick up. They're going fishing. They're shooting players stuck on the bridge in the blue zone. Like, man, this is a slaughter fest now.
Yeah, I feel like at this point they're just required, right, to try and get like all of the eliminations inside of this game. At least clean it up because they're able to get 1% underneath the bridge, but there still are a couple people on top of the bridge, but that's it. But they got this. The only thing that I will say maybe I'm a tiny bit unhappy about is that I feel like they could have definitely farmed all the people around them. But that being said, they were safe in the compound, and it's really hard to leave that compound without being entirely in the open to participate in all the fights happening around them. But I still wish that there was some sort of a way that they would have done that, because they'd have way more than 7 eliminations right now. Don't get me wrong, though. 7 elims? It's pretty good, but I kind of wanted a little bit more, and I wish that the compound kind of gave them that opportunity too.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like seeing them playing a bit more safe or conservative, right? Because we've seen them try to make hasty decisions, try and reach out, and like we discussed earlier, one of them would get knocked, they'd fall apart, and then they'd lose a chicken that they should have won. Also, another thing is HITLIST is playing right now. I don't know if he's just subbing in. He subbed in 1 match earlier in the week, but HITLIST is one of those players that I refer to HITLIST like an anchor player. He holds the team down in a good way, making sure, you know, the angles are covered, no mishaps might happen. So it might be with HITLIST playing that, you know, they're playing a bit more tight and correct. HITLIST gets knocked, but that's fine. Brian down to 1 HP, can't get the finish, and he goes out to the play zone. And there's one, oh, here we go. The Chosen actually out-medding Nova and Back-to-Back, because Back-to-Back managed to pick up all the first aids from Nova, but the Chosen doing a similar med strat now. I think, you know, it's about time they get a 2nd place finish, because that's actually kind of their strategy on Sandhawk as well. I've noticed them sit in the blue quite a lot. And Ace of Spades, I wonder how many he has. All right, I think the Chosen's got 2nd here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was wondering that too. We finally get to see how many they have left. This is it. After this one, he's just going to be booking it. I don't even know if he'll be able to make it to that bridge to try and do some damage to Execute there. Does look like Execute trying to go up on top of that bridge and see if anybody else is hiding out there, because they probably know at this point that this is their chicken dinner. They want to try and get as many elimination points as possible. And Suppig, he's also out. He tried going for a little bit of damage, but that's probably going to be game. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, great win for Execute. I think the story of that match for me, though, was just Frady. Like,
oh, yeah.
Like, whoa, Frady just montage in 1 game right there. Plus, the best part is they caught it on camera. That turnaround, insane. Execute, though, this team, if HITLIST is actually playing like for the rest of the weekend, I'm gonna keep an eye on that team, because, you know, HITLIST is a very experienced player, and, you know, his first game today, you know, they got a win. Granted, they got zone blessed as hard as possible on Sandhawk, but hey, we've seen Execute mess up even when they get, you know, all the cards in their hand. So it's great to see that they managed to secure it, and we'll see what the analyst desk has to say about that after we come back from a quick short break.
And the first match is done and dusted, and Sandhawk, you know, did everything that I think we were hoping for it to do, and, you know, Execute getting beautifully blessed in that one, take the win. They could definitely use some points. I'm Hot Jukes, with 7 and Glitter. Guys, what do you think about that first match?
Exactly what I wanted to see. Absolute mayhem, and some teams that we got a chance to talk about at the beginning of the show were actually able to show up in this map. They did exactly what we expected to see out of them. You know what? In case you were wondering who I'm talking about THIRDEYE. They were able to at least secure 9 points for themselves. So congratulations, THIRDEYE. And Execute, I mean, great performance. 22 points out of that team. That's what you want to see out of them. And special shout out to Fate, because he ended up getting, I think it was 3 eliminations. So not bad.
Yeah.
not bad at all. The Chosen there being able to surprise us too with 17 points, ace of spades, and Star Gaming kind of making a bit of a comeback there, Glitter, at least getting 11 points total.
You know what? I'll take it, but talk about somebody making a comeback. I mean, Frady with the Panthers alone, Frady coming through, getting some more elim points on the board. They only had 1 placement point and 9 elims by the time that Sandhawk match was done, so it's incredible performance. And like you're saying, THIRDEYE, huge a game for them, because I think 9 points was what they needed to close the gap between themselves and Dope, actually. So this should put them on even footing heading into the next games. We'll have to see what they're able to do with that. And then, of course, MEZEXIS and HITLIST rounding out that top 8 there. HITLIST doing a good job getting 7 elims for themselves as well, Jukes. It was kind of all over the place for this first match.
You know, we had to do predictions for the most eliminations, and I'm sad that we can't pick the blue zone, you know? Because if we could, it's Sandhawk, we'd be undefeated all day long. But, you know, some players with that crazy chaos, they put up some serious damage here in this one, Glitter.
They sure did, okay? And, you know, I think that's why I was super stoked on Frady, because... you know what, Jukes, let's just say it. We should have picked
Oh
Panthers.
My
We
gosh.
should have picked Panthers, okay?
We should have.
You know what? We pulled it up. This is obviously, none of us got it right for who was going to get the most eliminations.
I was so close. I was
nothing but goose egg. We were tied. We were tied, so
yeah,
okay.
it's okay.
We were tied,
Somebody's gonna
but
have a punishment, by the way. That's the reason why we're showing that, because at the beginning of the show tomorrow, whoever sucks the more at predicting, hopefully not me, it's gonna have a punishment tomorrow. So keep a close eye on that.
We have to keep a close eye on your prediction, Seven, because you're known to kind of like do some finagling, little shuffleboards there towards the end. Let's see how it all goes, though.
Wait.
We'll see how that works out there with that punishment. Take a look at the top damage. See who was able to get it done. Man, pretty even across the board here, at least for a lot of these top teams here, Glitter.
You know what? I'm going to take the fact that Star Gaming is at the top with the damage. They were not able to convert that into the eliminations they would have liked to, but the fact that they are leading this top damage
crazy
right now it's huge for Star Gaming, because they have been down in the dumps for far too long, especially after their performances from phases 1 and 2. So I'm very happy for them. But then across the board with how even this is for HITLIST, Execute, Panthers, and even really kind of MEZEXIS in there, the conversion on Panthers, once again, Frady just absolutely beasting this match. But this was a solid performance. Even APHELION down there, almost 700 damage and 4 elims. This, I feel like it's, once again, it's Sandhawk. The damage is typically pretty spread out, but what I'm liking is that Nova is the only big name up here right now in the top damage 7 for teams that we've been talking about consistently.
Yeah, you're saying that's what you're liking? I'm actually hating it. Nova, what happened? You went from being guaranteed second place in Sandhawk to just, you know,
you want more heel strats?
Anymore. I know. It's kind of weird, right? I never thought I would be saying this, considering that I hate the heel strats, but I was kind of getting used to it. Now other teams are doing it, so I wonder if Nova's going to go, like, revert back to it.
Hey, I mean, especially with, you know, that whole PMGC ticket on the line, I'm surprised that they passed up on it here in the first place, Seven. You know, and, you know, another goal, of course, besides that is trying to make it here to the top 16. And you talked about it, you know, a team that really needed to put up some big points was THIRDEYE, right, Seven?
Yeah, I mean, one of the teams that, not even the top 16, we got to remember, this team is also trying to make it to the top 12 in regards to this phase, so they can hopefully play the last Livic on Sunday. And this is the problem right now with them, just the up and down. 1 point, 10 points, they get a little bit excited, and then all of a sudden they get just absolutely destroyed with the big old donut of 0 and another 0, and then they come back up with 9. I'm hoping, okay, this is me hoping that after this match, this team is going to start turning it around. Now, THIRDEYE, I'm not being unrealistic here, okay? I'm not saying come out and get 20 points every single time. Although, if you do it, I'm not going to be mad at you. I'm going to be cheering you on. But I'm at least expecting anywhere between 9 to 13 points, okay? And that's me being really, really nice, because there's a lot of other teams. I mean, going back to Nova, when they ended up, I think, in the first day of phase 3, they were averaging about 12 points per game. We're saying, what happened, Nova? You were slowing down. Well, guess what? Some teams are trying to get to 12 points.
12 points would be amazing at this point for a lot of these squads. And, you know, Glitter, One big thing, I want you to just imagine this, right? Imagine top 12 happens here in this phase, because right now I think we really need to take a look at this phases overall. Imagine a team goes into the top 12 on this phase, plays in that extra Livic match, and that is what takes them into the top 16 in the finals.
It could happen. It could absolutely happen. Okay. And that's something that the teams like the THIRDEYEs, 19E Dopes, the ones that we've been talking about that are kind of sitting on that bubble right now, they're going to be paying attention to that stuff. I mean, obviously, this is the first page of the overall, and this is just for this third phase, okay, because this is where we're kind of focusing right now. All of these squads right now are looking pretty comfortable. What I want to see is the second page, because that's where those teams that we're talking about are going to be sitting, even going past that 16th spot. And you'll notice a few things here. 19 Esports is now below THIRDEYE, and like I said, that 9 points, I thought it would tie up Dope Esports and THIRDEYE. It does. It absolutely does. Now, to be fair, Dope and 19 were in that group of teams that sat out this first match, but that's what you had said, Seven. THIRDEYE needed to take advantage of the Sandhawk match, get some points on the board, and level the playing field. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, what they're pushing for right now is at least that 12 spot. I think they're currently taking it in a way kind of like baby steps, right? Secure the 12 spot here, secure an extra match with Livic, hopefully try to get more points in regards to that, and then overall just try to make it to the top 16 too, because when we saw it at the beginning of the day, I don't think they were anywhere. I mean, they were fighting for that top 16 overall, but Dope Esports, as you can tell, they still haven't played today, and when they played, I think it's going to be interesting how they're going to be going back and forth, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, they are down one match compared to THIRDEYE, so they have that, going for them here, but they got to really crank it up. I mean, these squads here at the bottom, I mean, we're constantly seeing the same names here, Seven, and it hurts to see, but hopefully, they're using this time as an ability to say, you know what, let's put in some work, figure out what we need to, get going on for future tournaments, right?
Yeah, I mean, between Dope Esports, between 12 plays, and I think he was all the way down there to 16th, 17th. The difference is only 10 points. So some of those teams, even though they might not make it to the finals, it's very, I don't want to say impossible, but very unlikely for them to make it to the finals. They can still stop some of the other teams like Dope Esports, like THIRDEYE, from actually making it to that extra Livic match. And I'm telling you, all of those points are so important. So don't sleep on them.
I'll have to say that's good. That's gonna make things real spicy. Are we gonna go ahead and see some of that action here coming up soon? You guys let us know. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA. Again, quick selfie, guys. Use it on Insta, right? Send us a quick little tag, and then put that hashtag in there, and hopefully we'll see you here on the show. Let's get this next match going. We're heading on over to Aaron Gale. Let's take it on over to Span Cargo and Zute.
All right, now that we got the craziness out of Sandhawk out of the way, we have back-to-back same maps, 2 Aaron Gales, 2 Miramars. I think things should theoretically cool down a little bit, but that Sandhawk was more chaotic than usual. We saw some crazy plays made by certain players, some teams really stepping up here where we haven't really seen them from. So even though we're coming on to tried and true Aaron Gale, I'm ready for anything, man.
I would even argue that since Erangel is the tried and true map, that maybe that's the one that has the more likelihood of being crazy. We'll see. I mean, will teams be able to continue to be defensive when they need to on Erangel, or does that just open up the ability for people to go even harder on that map? We'll have to wait and see. Like we already kind of talked about, though, we have a definite feeling that it's going to start getting crazy soon, and Seven even started alluding to it, right? Like there's an opportunity that some teams might not make it just because another team decided that they didn't want them to. Just shenanigans is what I call it.
Yeah, potentially there might be some targeting starting to happen now. It is the last week, which is not the last week of the tournament, but it's the last week before we head into the finals, which is pretty important because we're going to have 2 different sets of bonus points coming, right? We have this week's bonus points, and after this week, we have the overall points from week 1 and week 2 and week 3. We're going to tally them all up together, and then teams are awarded another set of bonus points. So targeting definitely may happen here. And I think, since this is such a longer, consistent, drawn-out format, I think the targeting might actually start happening a little bit earlier rather than later. Because usually with those, kind of like one weekend type of things, it's like, oh, today's the last day to qualify into this weekend. This is the last game, we'll target. But now that, everything's kind of compiled on top of together, in my head, if I was still a competitive player, it'll give me a much better idea of who I should start targeting now. Like we have today, tomorrow, and then Sunday. And it makes me feel a lot more comfortable starting to target things now because all the points, accumulate up towards the end overall.
That's actually a really good point. You're right. Like in this new format, you kind of would have to do that. So, oh man, usually it is the last day where you start seeing the shenanigans happen, but it could be starting today. And to me, I always find games like that more interesting, right? Because I mean, even for this event, it's not just about this event and your end performance that you have to think about for events. It's also even potentially the next event that some of these teams have to think about as well when you decide to kind of target specific teams, right? So it's like not only for this one, but just for the entire longevity of your teams participating in events in this esports that's kind of on the line based on your performance and who you play against. Oh, finally!
Finally! Yeah, we have yet to see a military base. I knew something was different in the air today, especially what we saw on Sandhawk. And yeah, here we go. And you know what sucks for the Panthers who always loot military base? The plane path put them in a ways where they don't go to military base. But I see them in vehicles. And since they usually are always on military base, I think they feel confident enough to drive straight to military base right now and loot it up. So I like to see that. Hopefully they don't get camped by 4Bros. That could also happen. 4Bros might be thinking the same thing. Now 4Bros as a team, though, they're probably the weakest team, or they are literally the weakest team this week, sitting at last place. So I'm not too worried. Maybe Frady could pull off like a sick 1v4 because Frady right now, he just picked up 8 eliminations in one game on that Sandhawk by himself. He pulled out a 1v3, and then I don't know when he picked up the other 5 eliminations.
No clue.
Well, we saw him playing on point. He did like a 180 whip turnaround and absolutely destroyed a player. Gave me whiplash to watch.
Still making me nervous to cross any kind of a bridge against any team, even if it's the team towards the bottom of the leaderboard, right? Because so many things could happen. Maybe they'll stop in Primorsk either to loot up to get like their preliminary weapons and maybe even take the boat, actually. Yeah, exactly. That might be a little safer, of course. Like going and taking a boat always sucks because if you have like 4 vehicles and you abandon them for a boat, you have to go on ahead and do all that work once again to find more vehicles on the other side. But I don't know, the need for vehicles does decrease on Military Island, but we'll just have to see what they decide. It does kind of actually look like they're in a boat right now, so I guess that was the decision. There's already a lot of teams that crossed, though. Half of 4Bros, the entirety of back-to-back, and Nova. Nova's already across onto Military Island.
Yeah, usually we see Nova do like a 2-2. At least in the last split, every time military base came up, Nova loves playing their splits, and they'll actually split 2 on the main island and 2 on the military base island. They're actually taking all 4 players over this time, which is a little bit curious to me. Definitely, they've evolved from split 1 to split 2 here. So maybe they changed up their strategy. I don't think this is them losing confidence in any type of way and deciding to like group up more together. I think they're actually figuring out maybe it's better, more optimized for points overall if we just put all 4. We'll see how this one plays out, and it's not even guaranteed military base yet. That's the thing. Like there is still a chance it might shift back up to the north. Nova's full committed, back-to-back's full committed. The Panthers definitely full committed. 4Bros holding that 2-2. They're not too sure. But as for 4Bros, I think they're just kind of split looting. I wouldn't even call that a 2-2. It's like they might get caught. Like multiple of their players might get caught just by themselves because they're not in supporting sight lines of each other. And yeah, we can see here, Master OP, he's just trying to get some more loot. No first aids. At least he's level 2'd out with a UMP and M4. But if that team Dope was driving by and just like try to take this compound and clear it out, he'd be by himself with no support in sight.
Yeah, it's making me nervous. It's not even him. You can see the Dope is driving right to his other teammate as well, just completely alone at Ferry Pier. I mean, they're clearly drove straight here to, again, look for a vehicle of some sort, a boat, I mean, and just get across, which I always find interesting, especially this early on in the game. Like, it's definitely the safest time in my opinion, to use the bridge. But if you go on ahead and grab those boats, that just means that people later on are going to have to commit to using those bridges. So that always, it's always interesting to see who is basically
Oh, beautiful.
screwed over from that decision, I guess. Yeah, what a shot. Like the vehicles just at the end of the pier. That's dope. It's looking for some stuff.
You know, as another team pulls up trying to do the same thing and we see 4 cars parked there, they're like, oh, we're probably a little late to getting the boat ourselves. But yeah, so this is the first military base for the entirety of this split. So teams don't know how other teams are playing this military base, like, right? So like, they're just a lot of teams not even trying the bridge, which is no one's camping, right? And no one knows that, you know, the teams that have priority over the bridge are not going to camp it. This is the first one we've seen, so everybody's playing it more careful and just assuming the bridge is going to get camped, leaving both bridges completely wide open still. And by now, this late into the game, teams are definitely thinking the bridges are being camped.
Yeah.
And no one's still camping the bridges. Like 4 bros, like I wouldn't even say they're camping. They just have a player on the bridge driving to group up. And I'm not sure what they're doing as they're like kind of going to set up in Ferry Pier and camp Ferry Pier and leave the bridge. I don't know what's happening. It's a military base circle. We're in for a treat. 64 players still alive. We'll see what happens.
You know, that might also be why Nova decided just all 4 go across. I mean, they're actually smack in the center of the island, so I'm glad that they didn't go ahead and do some sort of crazy split. And on top of that, I mean, why not just have your full manpower? And I don't know, I feel like just looking at the circle, like in my gut, for whatever reason, I feel like this zone is just gonna go to the island. Of course, if it doesn't, then I'm just gonna say I was wrong. But for some reason, just looking at it, it feels like that. I don't know. But unfortunately for the Knights, the Chosen, they're going to be able to rip one down already. Xenox, unfortunately, down and out immediately. Blink of an eye, and the Knights don't like that. Spec immediately crashing onto the building, bringing out a nade. They want revenge.
Maybe I got a little bit ahead of myself supporting the Knights, saying they absolutely have it in the bag this weekend. But hold on, Spec. Spec was a star player. Well, they're all star players, to be honest, but he definitely showed up this week so far. Tensa goes down, but the trade is quick. Spec going in for that trade at like 1 HP. So yeah, he knows what he's doing. Even tosses a molly for a good measure to finish that player off. And the rest of the Chosen, one of the players was starting to swim across when they got pushed, so he might have a nasty flank here. He's coming on the beach side, and he could get a double knock onto the revive and the player reviving Xenox. Godfan coming in. This is a good pinch for the Chosen, but he's not able to find the angle. Gotcha. Yeah, there's those little hillsides, and it's saving the Knights right now.
I was really thinking, you know, like on most of the beaches around Erangel, it's just super flat and you could just see right across from it. But unfortunately, there's this tiniest little hill that now the rest has come through and they're inside the building. Gotcha can't do anything about it. And of course, he's using one of those hills now to his advantage for a little bit of cover. But if it wasn't there, like that would have been perfect for him and his team. Oh, and he's actually getting shot from the east as well. It looks like Korean Barbecue Lovers also going to do some damage. They did get a trade back. But there goes yet another member of TC. Okay, I was going to say it is just that one person left on the beach, but it is not. They are actually our first team out of this game. And the zone does continue to pull down to the southern side, so I guess I don't feel like a fool.
Good recovery from the Knights. That could have been a very bad situation for them, but I think Spec really stepped it up right there and saved it for the Knights. They still got a long ways to go as the circle. Yes, it is going to be a military base, and they are yet to have cross. Korean Barbecue Lovers kind of gatekeeping the bridge now. Back-to-back, doing a 2-2 split. 2 people camping the bridge and 2 people trying to camp Novo for maybe boat rotations, but APHELION has kind of put themselves right in the middle of both 2-2 splits, so this might cause for some interesting action further down the line. A lot of teams are making their way onto Military Island, though. 4 Bros, got Nova, Dope, the Panthers, WALLSTREETBETS, back-to-back, APHELION. All of those teams are fully on the military base island.
I don't know why this looks so funny to me. It just looks like Polo is taking like a nice bike stroll, like on a nice nature path, but really he's driving by like an entire an entire enemy team.
Yeah.
APHELION literally just to the northern side. Like if they just spotted him a little bit, that would have been over with on that bicycle. Oh no, WALLSTREETBETS, they've actually been doing much better this week as well, but June kind of stranded here with the entirety of Nova. He's going
I wouldn't say
for
he's
it.
stranded.
No way! There we go. He actually gets a knock onto one of them. I mean, this is a perfect opening to kind of take down Nova. The rest of his team just reaching the beach behind him too. Oh, the nade! 2 of Nova's down now. The other 2 are a little bit far away. Do you think that they're going to push this?
No, they can't do anything, I don't think. Yeah, they have vehicles, they're coming over. But yeah, losing half your squad like that, you were saying he was stranded here. I was going to say he doesn't look stranded. He looks like he's in a prime opportune spot.
True, he's
now,
like
it looks like a
stalking.
1v1. But yeah, that's Nova eliminated. WALLSTREETBETS with the angles from long distance. Eliminating Nova just like that. I mean, they put all 4 players here to maybe, you know, bolster their defense. But instead, it looks like they put all their eggs in one basket, and WALLSTREETBETS absolutely smashed them to bits and pieces. That's Nova with a very disappointing game, and I would say on Sandhawk, they also had a kind of disappointing finish. So Nova not looking too good. The Knights are definitely happy about that one as we're getting into the next circle shift. Some teams have decided we can't cross this to the military base island yet. We're going to chill on the main island just for one more zone to see what happens.
Yeah, HQA, they're definitely in the worst position as of right now. The team right beside them, Angry Amateurs, though, are starting to move away from them and make that rotation around. They're going to be taking a little bit of blue damage, and there's nobody holding this bridge, really. 19 Esports is on the other side of the bridge, but they're like not in a position to take shots at anybody who drives by. HQA, they have to go in the water, and it looks like they're not the only one. Execute on the complete opposite side of the northern coast up there, also jumping into the water, but right beside MEZEXIS. So it's kind of like a race, a swimming race to get across at this point. Whoever gets up there first will be able to kind of hold out the other team right behind them. This next zone is going to be popping soon as well. And man, back to back kill switch. He has the money spot though. His other 2 team members, they can just go up there and they can hold that top for the longest time.
Yeah, I think they'll be in zone for one more circle too, no matter how it hard shifts. So great circle for back-to-back. I just want to kind of recap the fact that Nova looted the middle of military base, right? Like the main military base. So that sucks even more that they looted all of that, could have picked any other great spot, went up north to try and camp swimmers, I guess, camp like people coming in from a boat, and they got wiped. So mentally, that is a very damaging game for them, and I think that it's going to continue to show for the rest of today. I don't feel like Nova's going to do too well as back-to-back. Quick little car accident, but back-to-back a little bit faster on the drop as 4 bros just driving to a trap right now because the top, it's already occupied.
Yeah, it looks like they kind of already gave up, just going back down. They do have a ridge right there. They're probably just figuring out where to go next, and of course they're kind of in that. There's like a moment, right, where you're driving, trying to find a place to play and things are occupied, where you just drive too far, you know? Like, you just keep driving because you don't quite know where to go. I was worried they were going to drive straight into APHELION, and I mean, not quite, but they did drive closer to APHELION's spot. Actually, Clown, okay, he decided to be aggressive on this, just fully crashed this little warehouse building. Here comes the rest of his team. I mean, he probably was able to see exactly how many people made it in here. There's only 2 people left. APHELION wants those points.
Yeah, good nade to soften it up, but it looks like Clown's trying to leave, so I don't know if the rest of APHELION is coming to engage or not. Lori on the 2nd floor trying to find an angle. That's going to be a good nade to keep Lori back a little bit. Support sightlines are there for the rest of APHELION. And I think Clown's going to be able to, you know, deduce the info that there's only like 2 players in here. And we might see very soon the rest of APHELION come in and commit to the push as Clown has made it inside the building, has hopped back out, waiting for the rest of the team. I think this is a great fight for them to take. Yeah, they have the supporting sightlines. They have the number of finish. They have the info. It's up to APHELION to execute it correctly without losing any players at this point.
I like that they kept some people back for a bit to kind of watch the upstairs, but unfortunately it looks like that first initial push isn't going to go in their way. They will get a knock into one, but they weren't expecting somebody else to be on the opposite side of the building. So that was a really nice cleanup for Trick, for Bros. They're out once again. It looks like the Res on the Clown is happening as well. So they weren't able to even confirm the one person that they knocked down. And again with the casual bicycle stroll down the trail, just so serene.
I love how Nate just pulled up on the bike afterwards, just driving right by. Like, oh, yeah, I want to see more of that bike. If we have a dedicated camera person on the bike, make sure we track that bike. I want to see someone get shot out of the bike or someone driving the bike through the middle of a battlefield. That would be a great shot to have. So yeah, production, if you're hearing this, get a man dedicated to bike cam. If something happens, I want to flip to that immediately, as this circle is going to flip a lot of things for a lot of these teams, because like 80% of the teams all of a sudden find themselves not in the zone, and they got to go and just fight their way in.
Well, this is a very much unfortunate for back-to-back as well, because we were saying that they had the circle, right? Like then the center up on the top, but this is the exact zone that kind of ruins that. Now, if they stay up at top for too long, they could actually be trapped there by people further inside of this circle, not letting them come down from up on top of that high ground. See J-Way, he's running back, probably just trying to get back to his team because he's very split. But then they're already coming down. Like they know they have to go figure somewhere else out to play. And this zone is not friendly at all. It's just like a big hillside. Barely any hard cover except for the couple of bulls, rocks, and dips on the western side.
Oh, what a knock. Not going to be able to convert that, but that's still always a nice knock to get it from that distance. WALLSTREETBETS, one of them go down. We'll get revived. We see some swimmers drowning as Execute is gatekeeping the beach side of Nova. Or Novo from MEZEXIS, so they're picking up some eliminations there. Kill switch. Got to make sure you save some of your ammo, because you're definitely not picking up any loot anytime soon up there, because no one's going to get close to you. So make sure to save some ammo, conserve some ammo for the later game. Knights making a really deep rotation all the way from the edge of zone into a nice little pocket. Should be able to stay alive for a little bit longer as J7 leaning in the money shot, and actually it was WALLSTREETBETS that got the knock. This is really tough for the Knights to try and hang alive in here.
Oh man, did you see that as well? Like that vehicle is very much their entire northern wall, and the team was trying to explode it. Will finally explode. Oh no. I mean, there is still one member left. Look at that, the bicycle once again. Oh, he got spotted. Well, there you go. I guess your wish already came true. You got to see someone get ripped off that vehicle. Unfortunately, though, it was Coops. Sute, how are you feeling? Yeah,
it was Coops. Best player in NA, in my opinion. Not the best yet on a bicycle rotation, but hey, he tried. He tried. So there goes down the Knights. Knights not having good game either, just like Nova. So they're kind of neck and neck as far as, you know, how well they've been doing today. Both teams struggling. 19 Esports trying to defend the position from WALLSTREETBETS. Now WALLSTREETBETS really pushed back into the corner, as I don't think they're in zone yet from the blue that's closing in.
No, they're like barely. And unfortunately, that knock on the skipper is just going to make things worse. I mean, don't get me wrong, like 24K. Like, I don't know, that player is insane. Whenever I think of WALLSTREETBETS, 24K is always the one that I look at first. He is going to be able to get some sort of a res, but I don't know, this is going to be pretty tough, especially since it's the entirety. Well, not the entirety, actually. 19 Esports are very split, and the other two aren't coming to aid on this. At 2v2, I'm actually sweating a little bit. This could go on the side of WALLSTREETBETS still.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way they're playing this 2v2. No. I think they're reading the situation very well. It's a 2v2, but they have a ginormous advantage, so that they shouldn't need to pull one more player over, right? Unless if one of them messes up, because they are accounting for the fact that there are teams up on the mountain that's providing supportive fire. So now it's a 2v1, 24K though, a little bit scary. And he gets tapped out by HQA. HQA finding a nasty cheeky angle from the mountainside.
It's like their guardian angels up here taking care of them, making sure no one can rotate towards them, except now they're about to be stabbed in the back from that. Unless they decide to finally leave from up there, back to back. They obviously made the decision to stay up there because there's barely any cover, a good place to play elsewhere. But now the zone, again, pulled far away from the spot. It like hard shifted down to the southeastern side, and it still looks like they're committing to trying to get eliminations on what they know before they go into uncharted territory. But it's a rough situation from a position where I thought that they were for sure going to even potentially win the game, to just be in. I'm not even sure where they're going to stand at this point. Really, the people down to the far southern side are the people I feel the most comfortable or confident in as of right now, which actually one of them's the Panthers.
Acer on a bike. There's a lot of bikes being utilized right now. I think I think they replaced like some of the dossiers with bikes, so players are forced to take that bike. It looks like 19 Esports are gonna manage to rotate in with some of their players. Oh, that player actually gonna go back to try and do a taxi system to pick up all 4. That would be huge if they can make it all 4 in. So we'll see how that play goes out, as the Panthers playing very quiet. Doing a very southern rotation on the way in. They picked up 5 eliminations already off screen though, and they still have 3 players up.
Well, now I'm not too confident about 19 Esports. Unfortunately, Soulfly getting knocked here. But Execute, this might be interesting. APHELION was another team that I was thinking could just strongly push into the circle, but it looks like Execute kind of messed that up. Only 2 of them left here, as Flaw gets the knock, the complete flush onto the rest of them. So APHELION's almost as Cream Barbecue Lovers gets ripped apart as well. Let's see if Clown is the last hopeful for APHELION, as just one person from Execute 6list is going to be making that push. Oh, I can't see anything with that smoke, but Clown's going to actually win that, and it's just him left. He can't even get those residents. He's trying to drive to safely. 19 Esports, they want that elimination though.
19 Esports did manage to get their full team in. So they will keep 4 up. It could have been, you know, down to just 1 player, but a very miraculous save from that buggy taxi system. So 19 Esports with 4 players, and a lot of teams kind of a little bit battered and bruised, but I think there might be another 4-man team, as Soulfly blowing up that vehicle back-to-back has to push into the zone once again as it goes down and continues to drop to the low ground.
Oh man, I'm interested to see how this big slope of this hill comes into play here, because I mean, you can see just from all the point of views that we're watching so far, like there's a lot of really interesting line of sights here. Like it's very hard to stay hidden. Even here, the Panthers, they actually are in charge of the majority of this space. Moso, all the way on the western side, might have really the only quote-unquote cover, you want to call it. That's like the steepest hill point where somebody really has to like come over top and look down.
Yeah.
But otherwise, this is going to be a fight from all over this map.
Yeah, this is one of those areas of the map where the way it slopes down, the high ground is the disadvantage. Because when you're looking down, that grass is going to block your line of sight, but you're at the very tippy top where everyone could see you, and Angry Amateurs taking things into their own hands and just pushing back to back, cleaning them out easy. Of course, they already, you know, weakened them and softened them up a lot, so back out, Angry Amateurs with the high ground, but once again, probably a disadvantage as they have to come down and everyone will be able to see them driving down from the mountaintop.
Wow, barely any teams left. Look at this, though. Some people are just entirely depending on smokes for some sort of a cover here. It's really difficult in this end game. Angry Amateurs, they're going to just try and find something on the edge of zone, though. They're looking for some sort of a knock here to push off of, but Soulfly is going to be able to stop that rep, and he was really hoping for some sort of an angle at that rock all the way back there, but that was shut down. MEZEXIS, they'll be the next team that is out of here. That means there's only 3 teams left, and I have a feeling that Angry Amateurs is going to be the one that follows next. The win could just be between 19 Esports and the Panthers for this chicken dinner, but we'll see. I don't know. There's still so many angles here that they can continue to try and get trades onto each other, and the Panthers, they're going to run out of smokes sooner or later.
Even though 19E has the advantage, I'm going to put my bet on the Panthers. I mean, Brady is still up. The Panthers had a really good week this week so far. They're playing really well, as you were right. Angry Amateurs is out. It's a 4v3, 19 Esports versus the Panthers. But the Panthers, they have the angles already pre-set up. They have 19 Esports kind of backed up into the corner. So it's up to 19 Esports to kind of dissect the situation and make a play. Also, the circle is going to factor in very soon as we're heading into the next shift.
They also have Frady. You forgot something on that list. I mean, just from the last game, he's probably feeling a little bit on fire here. It's actually really good. I didn't even realize that Chico has a shack here on the northern side of this new circle. So that can provide him at least hard cover for this next rotation. 19 Esports, they just have to choose a direction though. If they realize that Chico is a solo here, I feel like that would have been perfect, but it looks like they didn't quite gather that, and they're going to be making a rotation the other direction to the two Panthers that only have a vehicle and a rock over there. 777. I'm actually surprised that he stopped where he did at this tree. And I guess that's why. There you go. Frady, there you go with the nade. Already shutting it down. They already got it to kind of even footing with the 3v3 now.
Yeah, Chico able to see that, pass info over, and nade this tree. There's one there. Good knock. Now it's a 3v3. Could still go either way. I feel like if 19 Esport has their vehicles, they might be able to take over Chico's position.
Yeah.
Unless if they have clear sight lines to help out Chico, which could easily be the case as well. 19 Esports, though, they're at the disadvantage. They got to move. It is a 3v3, but Circle's going to push them out first, while the Panthers just have their eyes laser trained on the side that 19 Esports is coming down from.
Oh man, I was really thinking that the only way that they were going to win this is if they crashed Chico's building, but it really does seem like they don't have that option anymore. Oh, okay. Well, they do get a knock onto one of the members of the Panthers, but that's the side where they have support, where that res is going to happen. And yeah, you're right. Yeah, another member of 19 Esports goes down. If they keep chipping away, if they keep making sure that they don't get res, no, that is not what they needed. No way. Soulfly, he has like 1 HP.
Frady.
Okay, here we go. Frady bringing it back, getting yet another knock. He knows where Soulfly is against that tree at 1 HP, but he can't spot him out. Oh, he only has bandages.
Yeah,
he only has 2 bandages left.
This is Frady's game to win, unless if he has a zone here, he kind of has a peak advantage, but Frady can pre-fire this. Oh, no advantage. Frady kind of knows where he is, though. He knows he was at that tree. Throws a nade. Touchdown for Frady. Frady coming in hot off that Sandhawk game and coming in hot with that clutch for the Panthers. Well played, I would have to say, for both sides. 19 Esports did make that very close, even though they were kind of at a disadvantage coming down from the high ground with that slope in play. Very well done for both teams, and hey, this was the very first military base for the entire split, so even if you didn't finish top 2, I think a lot of teams feel happy that they managed to grab some points in the chaos that was that military base game.
I actually, definitely have to applaud both of those teams in that first and second place there with their rotations into the very end of that zone, because I don't know, I just didn't expect 19 Esports to get that far, and the Panthers were able to kind of follow underneath the hill perfectly to get that chicken dinner. A little bit too close for comfort, but we're going to throw it over to the highlights and see what the desk has to say about it.
And we're back, and it's the Panthers that get that chicken dinner. All right. We had the predictions. I know you picked the Panthers. I want to know, how did you know that that zone was going to go south? 7? Tell us right now.
I didn't know, but I did see the Panthers being in the absolute middle of Bumville, nowhere to the south of military base, okay?
Yeah.
And that's when I knew, okay, they're not going to be fighting anybody anytime soon. All the teams are currently just towards the north of that circle. It was a guess, ladies and gentlemen, but it was a pretty good guess. you actually stole my pick. You picked back-to-back first. I couldn't type it in time, so thanks, Hot Juice. Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah,
Taking one
you're
for the
welcome.
team.
Yeah, you're welcome there, Seven. Way to go to the Panthers. Way to get that one done right there. 26 points total. Angry Amateurs finally putting up some points on the board here, Glitter.
Love
and they
it.
just had to do it by taking out back-to-back.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. And in that same vein, 19 Esports was the one that took out my pick of WALLSTREETBETS, who was looking pretty good because you can see them up here with 6 elims as well. But the Panthers are the ones that closed it out after another performance in the first game that was really strong out of Freddy. So they have a ton of elims on the day now so far. 11 from this one, 9 in the first, total for 26 here in this game. And this is a huge performance for Panthers. Moving on down the list of APHELION Esports, getting some decent elims, and your pick back-to-back, Jukes. 8 elims. So, like, everyone was very strong in the aggression department this time around. We just didn't get to the top 3. Even Korean Barbecue Lovers, the last squad up here on this first page, 7 with 5 elims. MEZEXIS is really the only one that didn't put up too many points in that department.
Yeah, MEZEXIS was just chilling, and Knights had to do a horrible rotation, and they didn't get blessed by the zone at all. So that's why I didn't even get close to picking them. What's interesting, though, and what we're going to be mentioning here in a bit, is Dope Esports, only 1 point. That's really surprising. And then Nova Esports continues in a way, their bad performances that we have seen out of them. Not really sure what's going on with this team. Please, Nova, bring it back. I'll take the 12 points you were giving us in the first day.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, let's take a look here at the top damage here for that last match. But, you know, when it comes to that, Seven, you know, Nova, it was a military-based zone, right? Which is toxic for so many different teams. But they were there. They didn't even have to rotate. They didn't have to take a boat like MEZEXIS did, you know, and all these other squads. They were just sitting and chilling. I thought that they had this one won once we saw that first zone go down, but a big goose egg for them. I'm pretty surprised.
Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned that as we are looking at the top damage here. You're absolutely right. They didn't have to rotate. Maybe they were trying to anticipate the circle or whatever the case was, but they had everything going their way. It backfired. But you know what? The Panthers does come out on top. 11 eliminations. We'll be looking at the player stats here in a bit. Back-to-back. Still, though, I mean, back-to-back. Continuing on their good performances so far. 8 points for them out of 1,600 damage. You love to see it. And something that I'm seeing is like even though some of the other teams did get a lot of eliminations, like APHELION Esports, Korean Barbecue Lovers, they actually didn't get as much damage as I expected them to get. So it's good to see that the conversion rate is crazy right now.
Yeah, it really has been pretty insane. I mean, hopefully we could see some ridiculous conversion rates now that we're going back to Aaron Gale. So for all those squads that, you know, got to play the first one, there was a good warm-up match, and they're going to be able to make those corrections instantly as we go into this next one, Seven. And one team that really doesn't need to make any corrections, at least not that much, was the Panthers. I mean, the Panthers, like you mentioned, they were on that south side. That zone came right down towards them. They edged it in perfectly, and then they just handled business from there.
Yeah, you know what it was earlier when you asked me. I didn't want to give out my recipe on why I picked it. But now that it's here, I can actually give it away. It was Chico. I mean, in Chico and Freddy, I trust. And you can see this is by far, so far for today, what they've been able to do. Moso, too. I mean, Moso's currently averaging the most eliminations out of those two players. But you can see everybody is currently putting up a great performance. Freddy, we saw what he was able to do in Sandhawk earlier. Chico, it's good to see Chico getting back with this team here, at least getting some more damage, starting to average eliminations. We saw what happened. Phase 1, he had an amazing start to Phase 1. Phase 2, I feel like he kind of slowed down a little bit more, but now he's coming back into his own place.
Yeah, and you know, two squads that we were kind of talking about here at the top of the show was, you know, we're talking about Dope Esports Glitter. We were talking about THIRDEYE as well, and I think we've been seeing some pretty decent performances here so far. But I mean, I think it's too early to really just be happy with what they've done so far. What do you think?
It's definitely a little bit early, but early doesn't mean not interesting, because when we compare these two, we have to keep our eyes on them, right? And when we compare them, they've both got one game under their belts now, okay? And Dope was the team that THIRDEYE was trying to catch up to put themselves in a more favorable position. And after the first match, now this is average, okay? Because they've both played only one game. And if this is what happened so far, obviously 19E was also kind of in this realm of teams. But if this is how they play the entire time, if THIRDEYE continues to out damage, out elim, and out survive Dope, then Dope's going to be in a very precarious position heading into tomorrow and Sunday. There's only so many games, only so many days left in this phase to get into top 16. And like we've been saying, now also top 12 just for this phase to get some bonus points in Livik. And THIRDEYE definitely has Dope in their crosshairs right now, Seven.
Oh, they definitely do. And in regards to what you've been hinting at, not just the phase 3 overall, right? We're also talking about what they've been able to do for just catching up on that top 16. They have closed that gap. So Dope Esports, if there was ever a time to wake up, I know this is just the first game and we still are going to have 2 days, but you do not, you cannot afford to have a bad day at this moment.
I don't think any of these teams can. I mean, we're down to the wire right here. Who's going to get this next dub? Join our predictions with us. And if you get it right, Seven's going to give you a lot of UC. All right. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA and make sure that you tag him as well. All right. Let's see if you get that right. Let's go ahead and throw it on over to Let's throw it on over to Zute and Span Cargo. I want y'all's predictions as well. Tell us.
Well, I like to throw it back to Seven and have him just give everyone some UC. So can we get some free UC, hashtag 7worldsgaming in the chat? Maybe he'll send some out. But as for the predictions for this game, man, I have no idea what to predict at this point. The top teams, Nova, Knights, struggling in both games. Crazy performances from some underdogs like Execute stepping up, and then the Panthers, even though I wouldn't really consider them an underdog, but it's just like military base. Today seems a little bit unpredictable, to say the least.
Yeah, I don't know if I can entirely guess. I will say, I guess the winners of the matches so far today weren't too surprising. Like, towards the end, definitely could go on ahead and choose a couple of teams out. However, I'll also point out that I believe the teams with the most amount of eliminations so far has been the Panthers. Maybe I'm wrong. I assume based off of their first game performance and then winning the second one. So if this game we have to guess that, maybe I also just have to choose the Panthers.
Okay, well, they are looking hot as far as eliminations go, and I don't know. I feel like though, if you just put like a regular circle on air and go, we'll see the Knights come back and play, right? Like the Knights might just crush it like they've been doing. That military circle definitely threw a curveball for the Knights, and they struggled, which, you know, given that it was the only military circle so far, I'm not too surprised, right? Knights is a team that does do their VOD reviews and stuff. And okay, yeah, Frady's been popping off so hard today. He has broke the Knights' top 3 players for most eliminations. Frady up to 22, and he picked up 8 of those in one game alone. That last game, I can't recall how many he got. Maybe you know off the top of your head, but
absolutely
he's in the top 3. He's in the top 3 now. Frady, just a pop-off day. 8 eliminations in one game. That's almost half the amount of the total right there.
See, exactly. Look, Moso up there with headshots too. That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe the Panthers. Maybe they'll get this next one. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know if you could call this a normal circle, though.
Nope.
So I don't know if the
Another
Knights
curveball
will flourish from this one. But
yeah.
I mean, it's definitely not last games though. So maybe it's a step in the right direction, but this is still definitely holding almost the entirety of that island down there, and obviously the rest of the land up to the northern side. This is actually going to be quite interesting. Right when the second circle pops, could decide where this is going immediately. Like if this hard shifts up to the northern side, the interest of the circle disappears, in my opinion.
I'm still not too sure which team came today to play, but I know one thing for sure: the Circle Gods came here today to play. So it was like, you didn't like that military circle? Okay, we won't do a military circle. How about a 50-50 military circle, which I think is which I think, yeah, is arguably worse than a military base, right? Because if it's military base, you know it's military base. Now it's a 50-50, and you don't know if it's which either or. that might make it even more challenging for some of these teams. I think Nova, though, is in a good spot to now implement their 2-2 that they've done like
Yeah.
all of the first split that they've practiced so often. This is a great one for them to capitalize on that 50-50 chance. But as a team, they're looking a little bit, rough today. I think when they got taken out by MEZEXIS, that's something you don't see a top tier team like Nova, go out in that fashion, right? Like it's like they lost one player to a surprise knock, but usually they could recover or keep some players alive and disengage. But instead, they lost everybody so quickly without even doing any damage back, really. So I believe it was the WALLSTREETBETS team. Yeah, it was the WALLSTREETBETS team that caught him off guard like that.
Well, I think we have to, go and think about what they did exactly, right? You already expressed that they're used to doing that 2-2 split thing. Instead, we saw them swim across the water together immediately and go straight into the heart of the military island. And we're like, that's a little bit weird. And then again, when we saw them get taken out, they were just up on the northern side of the island. And you're like, that's a little weird. Like two just very interesting decisions. Like if they were going to go back up to the northern side, why didn't they just continue to hold their usual 2-2 splits? Or because if they just went to the center, why didn't they just commit to that area? So maybe they just like got a little bit, they messed up their mojo or something with not like usually these teams are very, a habit heavy, and Nova didn't stick to it last time. So I think that maybe they just got a little bit too uncomfortable.
Yeah, speaking about messing up their mojo, it's like I feel like Nova kind of lost their identity, right? Because all the way up of the first split up to week 1, we've seen like Nova, right? They play their style, they do great. Last week we saw them change it up, which actually made them play a lot better.
Sick.
And then coming into the third week, I think because they changed things up, they kind of lost sight of maybe they're trying to do a little bit too much of a mix. Maybe they're trying to chase after their success of last week by playing aggressive. So now they're like, now everything's getting kind of confusing for them, and they're not exactly sure what it is that they should do. And it does explain why this week they've kind of been extremely quiet and just not doing very well at all.
Usually it's their placement points that carries them, and this time you're right, this week it's not happening. So maybe something's definitely up. I'm smelling something suspicious or just something going on. But we'll see maybe if this game will kind of be like on the up and up for them. Because they're sticking to the northern side so far. They're not going for that 2-2 split. So they're definitely, as of right now, committing to just seeing where that second zone will pop to. Of course, they still have a while. You can even see, like, the zone has only just started closing. But as of right now, I think they're committing up to the northern side. And everybody else that landed on the island down to the south, they've actually left it. MEZEXIS is still in Novo, and the Panthers still on the very southern side. But they're in vehicles. I feel like they're making their way up towards those bridges.
Yeah, definitely secure the bridges. I really want to see Nova do that 2-2 split, because if they don't, I mean, that's like, I just feel like that's... I brought up their whole identity thing earlier, right? Like, Nova does a great 2-2 splits, and if they don't do it here, I just feel like they're mentally a little bit struggling in terms of figuring out what to do. And it kind of does play into the fact that this week, like, we have not seen the Nova we're used to, like, at all. So maybe they'll do 2-2, but they still haven't typically by now. I feel like they would have. Give them a few more minutes. We'll see what happens. As the Knights, though, I think they might do a little bit better in this game. We had a military base last game. I know right now it's a 50-50, but I think the Knights are a little bit more prepared for either option now.
A little bit spooked. One of them stopping at Potato Hill is going to be right beside another team, being the Chosen, if I'm not mistaken, up there. So if he stays up there too long, he might might get a little bit of an unhappy surprise up there. But the Knights are actually continuing. The rest of them are at least. So definitely at least a little bit of a pause spot to scout a little bit forward before settling on where they're going to decide to go officially. So everybody's definitely going to the center of the first circle, which is usual because they want to, have a higher chance of getting the next zone shift. But also on top of that, the majority of the people are focusing on staying on the northern side of this circle. So people are clearly expecting this next zone to go back up to the northern side, but I do find it interesting as well that at least Korean barbecue lovers and Star Gaming are still focusing on being around that bridge, because they're going to be prepared for no matter what split, or maybe even be able to capitalize off of anybody also trying to use that bridge to get to the correct side later on. So we'll end up seeing what strategy works out better in the end.
Yeah, right now everyone's just setting up their chess pieces pretty much after the first circle shift. Then teams will kind of spring more into action. Everyone's hesitant, right? Because it's at 50-50. No one wants to commit to a hard fight. Everyone's waiting to get positioning into the second circle. So everyone's just kind of playing it safe. It's almost like a truce of some sort. Like, hey, we know this circle's tough for you as well. Let's not make it any harder for either of us by engaging into a full-out fight. So we'll see what happens. Teams coming in. A lot of teams, yeah, definitely not crossing military base. Most teams betting that it's more on the main island. I'd say by the looks of things, it's like a 60-40. As 4Bros crashing in here onto HQA. 3-1 split. Got 3 people on the hill. 1 player of Cross trying to hold it down by himself. That is just not the way you should play that split, right? Like a 3-1. Like a 3-1 could work if the player that's playing down there by himself knows how to stall correctly and play to the sight lines of his teammate, and vice versa. So HQA just losing a player there, trying to do more than they can actually pull off, as another knock from 4Bros coming out. 4Bros should just play aggressive here, and I think this is what they're going to do. They know they have like nothing to lose, right? And they're in a 4v2. Hey, these points are as good as they come.
Well, I'm excited to actually see this. Lori gets there first. Unfortunately, doesn't quite spot out the other HQA members. I think took a little bit of damage from Faker here, and oh no! Just pulling right on up. I feel like they were trying to run through the smoke to see if anybody was in there, but they have 2 down. Let's see if he can get a triple, and just barely doesn't make it. HQA does get eliminated on that, and I do think 4Bros should be able to get those reses, but now Nova's there. This is a horrible time to actually get in that fight, Zute, because the zone shifted like right as that started, so Nova's gonna take their spot. I mean, don't get me wrong, like their new spot up at the top of the hill isn't a bad one, but the zone has now shifted and they're kind of more in the central open area.
4Bros is definitely lucky the other player of HK didn't stay, because it would have been a cleanup, as the Knights getting cleaned up a little bit. It's all up to Spec in a 1v2 situation. I do think one player has 1 HP. Yep, he gets that first save on. Spec in a 1v2. I think he's got to put the pressure on, because if he goes for a revive, WALLSTREETBETS is going to get almost a full reset. And yeah, WALLSTREETBETS, they're not going to take any chances. They're going to try and 2v1 Spec right here, but this is Spec we're talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Spec is on fire this week. He clutched up last game a little bit for that TC fight, taking down 2 players by himself, and he did it again in a 1v2 for the full reset. Spec is back. Like, we saw him as a star player when he joined the Knights. He was still doing good, but he was not the Spec that was like the carry of the team. Now Spec, he can carry when needed.
That was gross, especially against WALLSTREETBETS, which, as we know, like this week, they've been doing really well. So him being able to go and clean up half of them, definitely impressive. They're now a little bit behind in terms of any sort of next rotation, though, which is a little bit concerning for the Knights. But, I mean, it's still only Circle 2. They should be able to find their way in a little bit further. For a second, I was also a tiny bit worried, because I knew that the Chosen were close by. Like, maybe they'd go and participate in that fight, but it didn't happen.
And the circle, by the way, is kind of pretty much, I'd say it's like 70-30, 70% on the main island.
Yeah.
So no longer that military base curveball coming into play. We'll see on the next shift, though. It could still go back there. So the Knights, even though they missed out on a rotation by engaging that fight, I think they're fine. You know, they don't need positioning as long as the circle's on the main island. They know how to fight into various zones, fight into various circles. So they should be fine, as Spec is actually doing some preemptive scouting. He does spot out some of the vehicles of Ace, I'm pretty sure, as he's backing up to go back up to Potato Hill with the rest of his team. And Circle will shift on out in the next few seconds.
Yeah, or they might be able to scout and find the correct location. At least I'm taking a look at this map, and there's some teams that are being really greedy right now. And by some, I really just mean Nova. They're in control of 3 different locations. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Koi all the way down to the southern side, and those bunch of buildings. Kindness and that center compound that we saw take from 4Bros. And then the other in the compound over towards the eastern side. So they're ready. And unfortunately, it's only Koi in? That's a hard shift and a half. That's going to be so difficult. Everybody's getting in their vehicles. Yeah, look at that. Look at all the steering wheels. It's just going to be a little bit of a fiasco on who's going to grab the first spots first. That center compound's looking really nice, but the hit list and the Panthers, Nova, they might be the happiest, but it's still going to be hard for the majority of people.
This circle, the game just completely changed. Like, this is a circle we see like thousands of times, so everybody knows how this circle works, what positions to play, the sight lines, the angles, how to get into this circle. But what I love is that this circle kind of came out of nowhere for everybody, so it's like a surprise, but also a surprise that everybody's instantly should be prepared for. So I think this is a great setup to a great game number 3 that we're about to see, as you know, everyone's taking the positionings now, everyone knows how this one works. Knights, they kind of have their work cut out for them, but hey, they're so familiar with the zone and how to fight into it from which angle. So with 4 players up, Knights should be fine as well. And I almost don't feel like we're going to lose too many players coming into this zone because everyone just knows their spot that they want to play here.
Everybody's just filling in. Yeah, I was kind of expecting everybody wanting to grab like the best spot all at once because they can kind of figure like, oh, it's definitely free, let's go for it. But it seems like people are still continuing to play this, I guess, a little bit more cautiously. Maybe I'll just even call it smartly in this one. They don't want to go on ahead and risk that absolute chaos that could just go on ahead and bite themselves in the end. It does look like there will be some skirmishes on these rotations, mostly between the Chosen and some other people making these rotations. Unfortunately for Pig, he lost his vehicle and now he's kind of stuck in the open, only having a tree as his cover from 19 Esports. He will be able to make it inside of a little shack for cover, but that means the Chosen are officially in a big split. We have these two up to the northern side. Oh, nice shots coming from Opa, getting knocked into one, but the other two are so far down to the south. Like, they can't help whatsoever unless they come back.
Yeah, I like how, like, TC is playing. Actually, I don't know. It's definitely riskier than needed, right? They are split 2-2, like you said, and other 2 players in great positions if they could just group up. Pig and Opa basically kind of 2-man army there playing back and forth to support each other, which was great. They picked up 2 points. It was great teamwork, but a little bit unnecessary given the fact that they have 4 players alive in a great position in a zone like this. I think they did a little bit too much. Like, they didn't need to do it, even though it looked good on paper.
I don't know if it was even on purpose. I mean, we didn't catch the beginning there, but I wonder if they made that rotation up from the northern side and just unfortunately Pig and his other teammate up on the northern side just crashed into something. Maybe. I don't know, just got caught out and they got stuck up there, because otherwise I feel like there's no benefit to that whatsoever otherwise. So that's what I hope is what happened, which is just unfortunate in that case. And see, even this next zone shift is going to go on top of Pig's other 2 teammates, so he's definitely he's going to be running across that field as a solo for a while now, as his other 2 teammates, they're just going to have to play as a duo from now on. At first I was thinking maybe they're going to go play inside of shacks in the middle of that field, as everybody else that has fuller teams are going to start crashing on in. They're going to be in a little bit of a rough spot since they're not designed to play together. Yeah,
it looks like TC's trying to do a divide and conquer strategy. It's going to be tough as everybody rushing for these positions, including the Knights. The Knights rotating straight in for one of these shacks as well. This is like 3 teams showing up. Good supporting sightlines for Gotcha. Gets 1, gets 2, and the Knights are getting picked apart. Knights had 4 players. They gambled on the YOLO rotation for one of the shack positions, and it did not work out for them. That is 4 players of the Knights just eliminated. Definitely not the Knights' day so far today, as TC still continuing to put in damage on the edge of blue zone. MEZEXIS and KBL kind of caught on each other, trying to rotate in on that hard shift to the west. Meanwhile, I think this is Nova's chance to get a really huge game and catch up on some points.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay, this I think is the chaos that I was expecting in the previous zone, but I guess it was still too big, you know? Like, now it has finally reached its max capacity, and that there's too many people, too many teams for this circle, especially since it's in the middle of a field. Everybody's going to prioritize the edges of this zone and the small little shacks inside of these big fields. So only a couple, those teams that tried to spread out early on, being the Chosen, it's not going to be successful. They had entire 4-man teams going ahead and crash onto them. And that's always the scary thing, Zute, right? Like making that decision, like, do we go now or will that be too early? Because if you go too early, things like that can happen. Do we wait? Do we go and crash it later on? Like, these are the decisions that are always the difficult ones that go on ahead and make or break the entire game. And that's why IGLing, it's hard, right? So now it's just going to be, again, kind of a waiting game, though. Everybody has their spots inside of this field. We're going to continue to see action along the outskirts here, especially as Nova has their sights set on KBL. But it's really just going to be up to these next couple of zones to see who in this field is going to get zone blessed.
KBL going for a prime position, but they're going to have to fight Nova for it. They're going to try. It's a 3v4 as well. All the disadvantages on their side. Nova should be able to take this one, but Nova lost one of their Overwatch players and then a second knock. This is KBL as a 3-man taking over. All Nova had to do was defend this position, and I think Ren is finally showing some fight back, and they might actually hold it, but looking way more scrappy than what I expect out of a team like Nova, right? This is a prime position, easy to defend with 4 players versus 3, and 2 of them get knocked. I mean, I'm happy they defended it, but Nova's looking really, really kind of off their game today.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
This week.
Especially if the Panthers, you can see Fears coming over now, but if the Panthers were already up there, like, who knows what would have happened, right?
Exactly. Yeah, the third party would have devastated them completely. As the next circle shifts, we have a Shack, maybe a couple Shacks. I think Ace of Spades Shack is barely in the zone right there. Angry Amateurs, you see 2 players talking on each other. That's another Shack. 19 Esports definitely has one working for them. And Dope Gaming with 4 players in probably the best position on the map, but I think Nova might try and fight them for it.
I'm a little surprised. I mean, I guess it makes sense to decide to put all 4 inside of that warehouse on the western side of that compound, but it just makes me nervous about teams going to crash into that compound or try to play that compound on the eastern side. I mean, Dope should be able to hold it quite easily, but it just makes it harder if people get into the buildings right beside them to kind of make that push. But we'll have to wait and see. It does look like 4 Bros, they're actually still alive. I'm a little bit surprised by this. I didn't expect OP to still be alive here, but he's trying to get these eliminations for his team, as what every single team now that are just stranded in this field are going to be trying to do is just look for these last few eliminations. There you go. Nice catch onto Peaceful.
Good eyes right there. Southern side, not enough space for the HITLIST or the Panthers. They're going to have to fight for this edge. And I think that edge is like downhill, not in cover. As, Chico gets caught and gets finished. A good little opportunity for Jat G there to weaken that team and move back. And Nova, yeah, they're forced to rotate in front of the Panthers, which is not good. And the Panthers are kind of in zone at this spot. So great spot for the Panthers to find out. They did lose Chico, however. And the HITLIST, wonder if they're going to decide to push the Panthers now that they're weakened. Or maybe it looks like the HITLIST is also trying to find a spot. And not much to play with besides some blown up trucks, or I think those are like tanks. Right there. Yeah, and Nova, man, it's rough. I thought they were going to just take the fight to Dope with 4 players rather than trying to just stay alive and keep their heads down. I think the former decision would have been a little bit better.
Yeah, I was really thinking that they're going to be doing what the rest of Nova is doing right now, which is get inside the compound and then apply pressure that way. Like, I feel like that would have been it would have been better. It would have been harder.
Self-nade. It should be fine, though. Nova doesn't know. Or do they? Well, they got to push regardless, and I think Nova's going to make that move now.
Okay, the smoke is going to make it harder. At least Nova is going to be able to get up right on top of them. Actually, are they just... I think they're just waiting. Dope is kind of just letting them get closer. Do you see this? Like, they're not trying to push out, be aggressive. Their reses actually came through onto the Nova members. They're just letting Nova take the southern side of this. No way! And they spotted Casper! That is so unfortunate. Dope did not need that, trying to be a little sneaky on the side of that fence, but it's gonna go back to bite them. You can even see Illusion a little bit on fire, trying to now quell, like pause this push for as long as possible. They're down 1, and nice split coming through from Nova, 2 in the north, 2 in the south. They're going to start cleaning this up. I think that means that there's only 1 person left. Yep, it is on the side of Illusion. He only has a little buggy for cover, and he will be taken down. Nova did do a little damage to themselves here, though, but they have the spot. Not that it matters. Wait a second. Take a look at that next zone shift. I just noticed.
I've been giving Nova a lot of flack for their performance this week, but not gonna lie, 10 eliminations. They're doing the right decisions, albeit, you know, a little bit different from how we usually expect Nova to do it, but it's working. They're having a great game, 4 alive, 10 eliminations, and they're gonna need those 4 for that hardship, like you mentioned, all the way to the west. Not much cover at all. I mean, the cover just gets less and less. These tanks, the hate bushes, I think the one more shack out of 19 Esports that have 4 players in there maybe. It could be anyone's game still.
The hay bushes. That's kind of cute. Anyway, yeah, you're right. At least they got that team out now because at least they got some eliminations where if they don't make it inside of this next circle, it'll be worth it. But obviously, ideally, they're going to make it into this next one. I'm a little bit surprised to see that the hit list is going to be taken out. Not quite surprised though. They had barely any territory down to the southern side. And the Panthers, in the same situation, is going to follow shortly after. 19 Esports, they're just sitting on this throne, if you can call that shack in the middle of a field a throne here. Nobody has been able to crash onto them or stop them from just getting this zone over and over again. I'm just hoping that they'll be able to kind of pick up as many eliminations as possible.
Yeah, it's working out for them so far, but I'm worried that they're going to be stuck in there as teams creep closer and just start nading it to smithereens. We'll see how it goes, but yeah, maybe most of the teams will be too weakened to actually even focus 19 Esports. At least that's what they're hoping for. There's a 4-man team in MEZEXIS still, 4 of 19E, and I think those are the only 4-man teams left. Nova had 4, but they did get weakened down quite a bit. Nova's just down to 3. Still a very dangerous force to be reckoned with, however.
I can't believe that they're able to find themselves a little spot down here, but they have it. And since they were kind of like on the top of that hill or in that compound, or were able to go ahead and eliminate that team that was in the compound for the longest time, they have all these smokes to replenish their utility here. And MEZEXIS, they're actually really spread out here. It's making me a little bit nervous. I feel like this could either go really, really well or really bad. Remix is just super far up to the northern side. Do you think he's going for a big nade here?
Potentially. Remix is crawling closer and closer. He knows there's a lot of players here. Might be free points if he could get close enough for a nade. And the circle does shift onto 19E, so MEZEXIS is going to have to push that way towards the eastern side. Nova partially in zone, so they could just stay there, hunker down, and survive. Angry Amateurs and MEZEXIS are the only 2 teams that kind of have to make a move now.
And it's completely in the open. Oh, man. Oh, okay. Angry was spotted. 19 Esports, I'm glad not all of them are just inside of this shack. I think that would have been really hard for them to continue to defend, but with one of them being outside, you can see they stopped one of Angry Amateurs. There's only going to be one left, and the Chosen beside them to the eastern side, clearly looking for it. Like 19 Esports, they're definitely, while the circles have been coming to them, it has not been easy whatsoever. And honestly, good to see that they're getting these eliminations because now they finally are up to 3. A lot of these other teams have already have a good handful of eliminations as well, and 10 people remaining. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. In this circle, nobody's in the center here. Nova's kind of in charge of the entire southern side, though. So as of right now, I feel pretty confident for Nova's performance.
19 Esports eliminated. Like I said, that shack is like a magnet for grenades and utility. As a good nade smacks kindness there, might be able to get the revive, but I think MEZEXIS know they have an opportunity here. MEZEXIS with 3, Nova with 2. If they could get this revive and survive this nade, the Chosen also with only 2. It is anyone's game here. If MEZEXIS and Nova engage first, TC could third party, even though TC's down to 2. And they are focused on Nova. Kindness re-knocked. This should be the end of Nova as the grenades and utility just coming closer and closer. And there is the finish. Now we're down to 3v2. MEZEXIS versus the Chosen.
I am pretty impressed that MEZEXIS, all they've been doing is lying prone in this field for a while now, and they still have managed to keep 3 people up. So I do think that that's pretty precious that they are able to do that, but now they're on the edge of this zone. Oh, you can see it's taking the blue, and Gaja will be able to spot one out. Now it's a 2v1. No, a 1v1. No way.
It is a 1v1, and from distance, MEZEXIS gets eliminated, and the Chosen clutches a 2v3. That ended so fast.
It did.
Yeah, kind of hard to keep track of. And look at the great damage number, but you know that was a scrap of a game when they have received 1,000 damage. And 1,000 damage plus in total. Each player has 100 HP. There's 4 players. That means... Wait, hold on a second. Wasn't the Chosen the one that was playing that huge 2-2 split? And we were like, how are...
Yeah.
So they grouped up together and then somehow won that game.
I don't know where that came
Whoa.
from.
Yeah, a crazy game. I mean, that explains 1,000 plus damage. They were scrapping from like circle number 3 all the way to the end with the chicken. Great game for them. Maybe the analyst could break that down for us, but we're going to head to a quick break before we come right back.
The Chosen, baby, unleashing that beast, just like our partners, Monster Energy. That's right, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. That is what we like to see right there. We all had our predictions for most eliminations. 7 picked Nova.
I got nervous.
We thought it was done and dusted, but the legend, that is Sup Pig, said, not today, 7.
That was about to become a 2-0-0. Okay. Eat
it. That is how we do it there. That is how we do it. What a finish, though. What a beautiful way to get that one done. The Chosen clutching it up with that duo there, Glitter, putting up some big numbers. Look at that. 30 points.
This is a huge game, just for anybody, let alone for the Chosen. I mean, fantastic performance. They haven't been having a great day in general for the 30-point chicken dinner, and then very closely followed to 7's, despair. They didn't get he didn't get the dub, but I don't know what happened with the turnaround for Nova. 12 elims, 10 placement points for 22 points. Please, where was this before today? I don't know, but this is what we want. This is the bounce back we will take. MEZEXIS with the 7 elims also having a very, very strong performance. And then a bunch of squads here that have been in the middle of the pack, but not in the middle of the pack was 19 Esports. They were down towards the bottom of that top 16 bubble 7, and now they've been performing all day today.
Yeah, alongside with Angry Amateurs. Like, what happened today? Is it just Fun Friday? Is that what's going on? Knights currently having actually not one of their best days. They were able to at least secure 5 elimination points. By the way, Spec, that was a beautiful 1v2, my friend. I I actually almost picked him after that play. The Panthers there with 3 points. We keep going down. Dope Esports. This, I mean, tying with THIRDEYE, not really moving much in regards to the top 16 that we've been kind of following. They're definitely gonna have to be careful with that. And Star Gaming, I honestly don't know that. Like, that's the biggest roller coaster of emotions going on right now for me. Star Gaming, they give me a little bit of hope, and then all of a sudden it's like, psych, gotcha.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. And it's been like that pretty much all tournament long, just that insane pop-off performance and then just straight to the floor. Hopefully we can, I don't know, at this point, it's already pretty much almost the end of the tournament. That consistency is gone. Hopefully we can at least just see a few pop-off games from them at this point. Speaking of pop-off, we did see some pretty insane damage, 7, right? I mean, we saw the Chosen there right at the end as a duo putting up some strong numbers. Every time I think you see that open, just Aaron Gale beautifulness, right?
Wow.
You're going to see some damage laid downfield.
Is this the first time
it is
we're seeing this? Or
Double.
Wow, 22, what? That is wild. Actually, Nova, that's impressive because exactly what Glitter was saying earlier. But the Chosen, SPADES, my goodness, what a performance out of him and just the team overall. The last two players alive at the end. MEZEXIS, we got to give him some credit too. They were able to kind of stop the little hype train there that Nova was kind of building up after that crazy rotation that they had to do. MEZEXIS ends up with the 7 eliminations, 1,500 damage. And if we keep going down the list, we're starting to see, you asked for it earlier at the beginning of the day, Glitter. You asked for that spoiler role from some of these teams. 4 Bros? 19 Esports? What? I was not expecting that.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Star Gaming ended up with 0 eliminations out of 704.
Classic.
Hey, at least, to be fair, Star Gaming, congratulations. At least you got some damage. That's good to see. That means you guys are actually looking to get into fights. It's just you guys are not able to finish them, and little things are not going your way. But hey, at least a glimpse of hope there at the Star Gaming with 744 damage.
Yeah, putting in some work. That was good to see. Not getting the points that they need, but it's good to see that, hey, something is happening, right? And in the last game, something major did happen. We got to keep on talking about it, right? Glitter, the Chosen, right there at the end, just absolutely straight clutched it. I know you've been wanting to see their player stats, and look at that.
I mean, you guys were talking about it. SPADES over 1k damage, 7 elims, and 7 knockouts for the perfect conversion, but also 7 elims on Gaji. And once again, where was this the Chosen? I don't know. Phases 1 and 2, like, these performances are incredible. Almost 1k damage onto Gaji as well, and that's just those 2 players. I mean, you can see that we're not getting as much out of Oppa and Fan, but that's fine because still getting some damage on the board to contribute to whatever insane performance SPADES and Gaji had today. So I mean, I need to give all the credit in the world to SPADES, because those are numbers that we've been looking at when Knights has fantastic games, when Nova has fantastic games, and now they're being matched by the Chosen.
Yeah, I mean, by one player. I mean, honestly, like, I think there's some teams that have been real happy if they got 7 eliminations on their own. But look at this 7. I mean, talk about to the moon.
Exactly. To the moon indeed. 1, 7, 2, 0, 22. That's more like the Nova we've been expecting. I mean, before this match, I asked for the bare minimum from Nova, which their bare minimum, we're setting it up at 12 points. I'm just going to keep it there. I'm sorry, Nova, but that's my expectation for you. You guys were able to get the win. I mean, not the win, but win in regards to points for yourself, because
the win in our hearts.
Past 5 performances was rough. Really rough.
Yeah, was rough. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard so we can see just really quickly where everybody's standing. Guys, take the snapshot, right? And we're going to see the Knights 166 points back-to-back in 2nd place, Glitter.
Yeah, and the Panthers not far behind there, able to do a really, really good job of catching back to back up with their performances here today. The Chosen now finding themselves right up there in 4th, just barely above APHELION Esports, and Nova is now dropping down to 6th place. That's definitely not where they want to be, but after that 22-point performance, maybe they'll be able to kind of mount a little bit of a comeback here, 7, as we see where some of these squads are shaking out here in the rest of our overall. Dope and THIRDEYE yet again finding themselves very close to that bubble and battling it out.
Yeah, and I'm going to be continuing to actually see Execute. Execute has been performing pretty well. We saw 6-list playing today. Definitely a team that I'm currently following. But, I mean, going back to the 2 teams that we've been following towards the bottom, Dope Esports, THIRDEYE, they're currently separated by 1 point in regards to this leaderboard. They are getting a little bit farther away from that 12th place, which they need to get closer if they want to play that Livic. And 4 Bros, this is what I was saying, a team that's currently in 20th place, like, they might play that spoiler role.
Hey, well, you know what? It's time to go have some fun in the sun. Let's take it on over to Miramar for our first time here today. Let's take it over to Zute and Span Cargo.
All right, now we're on to Miramar. Can't say those 2 Erangels have been anything normal at all. Like, everything so far today has kind of been surprising, but also very enjoyable. And Miramar being one of the more difficult maps, I don't know, is that going to balance things out? Like, if you up the difficulty, teams and our expectations are going to play out a little bit more because more of the consistent teams will perform better on difficult maps? Or is this going to just make things even crazier and unpredictable?
Yeah, honestly, great questions. I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see. It does look like, right off the bat, though, the plane isn't going to be too helpful for those who like dropping down to the southern side. So already this game might be a little bit more difficult than usual for some of these teams. We do have the Knights, Panthers, Chosen, and Angry Amateurs not in this game, though. So again, posing your questions, now knowing who's not playing, like, is it going to be those experienced, like, top teams coming through and playing like normal and just, like, snatching up all these points and win the game? Or is it going to be some other teams that are going to be able to grab the top this time, especially with those 4 teams out? That's 3. That's like the top 3 out of the top 4 teams are not in this game, Zute.
This could be, oh, whoa, back-to-back dropping in the Northeast. Back-to-back claims Monte Nuevo for themselves. This is on plane path. The only reason they would drop up out there is because they want to start looting first and rotate. Maybe they have a gut feeling it's going to be a Northern Circle, but I honestly don't see why at all they give up Monte Nuevo. Look, no one's even dropping there because everyone knows that is back-to-back's place. Like, we've seen them have an odd skirmish with a team here or there, but well, I guess they just have a gut feeling about the circle. The circle is going to be Northern, so that's going to work out for them. Except I don't think they're actually looting anything, because Campo Militar's taken, Torre is taken, and Cruz de Valle is taken. There's not really any scrap loot in between those 3 cities, so they need to kind of figure out what to do here. Maybe they could go down a little south to Tierra Branca, because that is open, and then they could rotate in. But for now, this is the circle we're going to have, a very northern circle, so fits right along with the plane path. So shouldn't be too crazy as far as the early game goes for these teams to start rotating in.
The other thought is maybe back-to-back decided to not only drop up there because they had a feeling about the circle, but maybe also because of who they know drops up there. The thing is that doesn't entirely make sure, because I instantly went and, of course, took a look at the leaderboard for this week so far, and they're not really close to... The only team that I think that they'd be targeting is APHELION, basically. And APHELION is close to where they actually dropped right now, but they're not, like... They didn't drop in, like, the same spot and, like, went aggressive on it, right? So, like, how would they plan to take out APHELION? Like, I don't know. It's interesting, and I'm really curious to see what they're going to be doing next.
Yeah, we'll see how they perform this one. I think back-to-back has been doing great this week. They have made a huge comeback. They're second overall for this week. You know, we question them constantly, every day almost, I feel like. It's just like, is back-to-back, you know, that North American Championship team now in this new format, and etc. And they are very behind in overall points, but they always show up at the end in the finals. And now with the finals being not the final say, like, you have to play well in the league stage, this being the final week of the league stage, or they're showing up in the final week, and then maybe they'll show up in the grand finals for North America, and that might just be enough for them to take first once again. But like I said, they still have a huge mountain to climb, but they're on pace, so who knows? Maybe they are just that back-to-back type of team.
And you know, they are obviously not going for APHELION. They're clearly much closer to Dope. Maybe they did that on purpose. Dope this week, they're in 15th out of 20. So maybe they're thinking they can get some easy, nice elimination points onto Dope or something. I'm not even sure, though. You can see the other 2 are just, like, looking south, seeing if this is a spot that they could go lose. I don't know what back-to-back's doing. I was just trying to maybe give some other insight. Clearly not going for the people right below them, which would be APHELION. Maybe they're going for some elimination points on the team further down the leaderboard, which would be Dope. But it seems like they're just chilling and kind of waiting to see what happens around them.
It's pretty obvious whatever back-to-back's plan was is not going according to plan. Like, they are kind of a little bit lost. Definitely recoverable, as I think they might actually get a knock here soon, because I was seeing one of Dope driving very close to them, and Dope has, or should have, like, barely any idea where the back-to-back players are playing. So, here we go. Yeah, he is caught in wide in the open. He's surrounded, and Dope is honestly not a team to kind of go help out a teammate once they're kind of caught out. I think Dope is most likely going to just let him be and just be like, oh, well, thanks for the info that there's enemies there. You're on your own. Good luck.
Oh, and there it is. See, that's why I was thinking, like, maybe they were just waiting to get a knock onto Dope and start that fight, so they can just immediately start this game with 4 eliminations. That's just what I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna say that that's definitely what they're doing. I'm obviously very curious to potentially ask them later on what they were going for, because Dope, they decided, they got away, right? Like, they started in Campo Militar, and you can see the rest of them successfully rotated down to the southern side, driving through another little town, and they're already far away from back to back. At least, right? At least they're inside. Like, the good thing is that the zone is also up here as well. I don't know. What do you have to say about it, Zoo?
I think Dope is just a little bit surprised that, you know, back-to-back was there, but I feel like they should have seen some parachutes. Granted, a lot of people jumped out of the plane very early on, right? We had 4 teams up in that northeastern side, so they probably just kind of lost track of where some teams dropped. So it's we'll just leave it be, because the rest of the game is progressing quite, you know, on pace. We have HKA now in the center, Nova doing their typical big split. Nova showing signs of life the previous game. I feel like Nova, we've seen cleaner versions of Nova do the same thing that they did the last previous game. This time around, maybe they're getting a little bit back into the groove. We'll see. Koi firing off some shots right there to make enemies in the area think there's still someone there as he, you know, continues to loot on up. No helmet, so definitely an important piece of equipment that you kind of need, especially in the long ranges of Miramar, right? Those head peak battles quite often happening.
I mean, I think that shark will also make people spot him a lot easier, so I agree. But yeah, it looks like they're just taking that opportunity. I like that they decided to kind of take that big canyon road, because I do usually feel like that's the line that's drawn in the literal sand of Miramar for these kinds of circles, being that kind of split, and usually it's the people inside of the canyon or the ones that have really control over the rotations of the canyon are the ones that kind of come out on top. So I like to see that that's kind of the area that Nova is prioritizing right now, but of course it does come down to what the zone decides later on. Otherwise, almost every single other place inside of this first circle is already taken by some teams. There's still a few more, about 3 more that we're going to have to see get in here as well. But, you know, it's Miramar. It's going to take a while until we start seeing those really big fights. And there's a couple of teams in here that I think need to really have a big game out of this, in my opinion. So I'm hoping that they're going to be making these careful rotations into a really good spot so that they set themselves up for that success.
Yeah, this I feel like this game is definitely going to be a bit more normalized. Not as crazy as the first 3. Just with the zone the way it is, we're going to see a lot of players just slowly get taken out on rotation, because it's very mountainous. All you have are those roads for easy access travel, but each quadrant is just hard terrain to navigate. And on those rotations, teams will get probably, you know, lose a player here or there. As we head into the second circle, pretty much everyone is making their way in now, even if they're still coming in from the blue zone. You can see that center of the map, like Span mentioned, almost everything. I think everything is pretty much taken. Few splits here and there, but the next zone is going to determine a lot more, and nothing really changes. It's a very familiar part of Miramar. I would say a lot of the center of the zone is more easily, you know, rotatable, except you're just wide in the open, and there's a lot of hard cover, like compounds, that will just blow vehicles up. So driving is easy, but also getting blown up in that area of the circle is also extremely easy.
Oh yeah, I'm actually interested in seeing the circle yet again, because we've already gotten this, and there were some teams that I think performed in a way that I wasn't really expecting. For example, I mean, right in the center is, of course, Hacienda, and that's where WALLSTREETBETS usually goes on ahead and sets up. And the last time that we saw this, they ended up being able to just stay in Hacienda for a while, but then they weren't able to go on ahead and grab the very ending win, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess this is their chance yet again to make that happen. They're like right off center. They're in that good position up on top of Hasi where they should have a lot of sight lines. See, we can even see here 24K. I would not want to peek this from KBL, but unfortunately was spotted out. So this is where everybody's going to be wary about. Usually, you know, when people are in Hasi, kind of like in this island by itself, like above everything else, like that's the place to kind of be wary about, and WALLSTREETBETS currently have it. So as of right now, I kind of want to see what WALLSTREETBETS is going to be doing from this position. But again, more importantly, everybody else trying to get into these last couple of compounds. Zute, there's only a few compounds that I would personally say are really worth playing in this area, and the majority of them are already taken.
Oh yeah, it's real estate is rough out here by this time in the circle, and other than that, you might get a nice mountainside, and that's pretty much it. I see Nova and HQA occupying both of those. So like you mentioned, teams are going to definitely have a tough time if the circle just centers right up again. Now, if it hard shifts, it does kind of open things up for a lot of teams to try and do. But hey, this is Miramar. It only gets more and more difficult as the circle gets smaller and smaller. Some other maps, you could still have some rotation options towards the mid to late game, but Miramar, it's pretty much by circle 3 or 4, you're going to have to fight your way in, and it's going to be a difficult fight, no ifs and buts.
Oh, here we go. Looks like, unfortunately for the hit list, I was actually interested in that they were able to grab something close to the center pretty early on, and unfortunately, a knock got put onto them. And 4Bros, again, this is interesting, Zoo. Like, I wouldn't say that 4Bros has the, I don't know, authority to be being aggressive, grabbing compounds from other people, but this match and even last match, they got something to happen where they were able to do this and it worked in their way. So I'm a little bit interested in what 4Bros kind of changed in this one, but they're definitely at least being like somehow able to get like a pick or a down or something and then be aggressive on it and kind of get their way. And that's yet another example from 4Bros.
Yeah, 4Bros, they're playing like they have nothing to lose, which is, I mean, they could try and make top 16 overall. But yeah, right now they're not playing well at all, so they're just trying to find whatever points they can. Last game, they almost lost that a 1v4, I would say. It looked really messy, so they're still playing messy, but they're just going for it, and sometimes it's working, which is great. The hit list, by the way, terrible split. I don't know what that 2-2 split was, and the circle shifts to the southeast. This is great for Nova, obviously. They have that mountaintop that they love using right above Minas Generalis, and this does open up a lot of rotations for a lot of teams because we're no longer in that, you know, center area of the previous circle where no one could pass through without getting shot at by like 20,000 different angles.
Yeah. Most wanted to get in on this action too. I will say most wanted. I haven't noticed much of them today just yet. There was one of them that was like right under the big hill on Erangel that back-to-back had in our first Erangel match, but there was just one of them. So I think today just hasn't been lucky for them, just being slowly picked apart. So seeing where they are now, I kind of want to see them be able to bring it back. Hopefully they'll be able to put themselves in the correct position. They do have a part of the zone. They're going to be in control of the majority of the western side of this, but hopefully they're not going to lose it, basically. But again, a hard shift, Zoo. I think that these circles are liking, unfortunately, doing that to these players, and KBL, they're going to have to be aggressive on that. Did they not realize that Dope was here? Wait, what? Casper gets 2?
Check your corners. Yeah, check your corner. When they pulled up, I saw Casper move and run, so he made some type of footsteps. Maybe it was too loud for them to hear accurately, but they should have checked the corners. That audio cue should have gone out, and now KBL from 4 down to 1, and it was a full send onto Dope, and Dope had 2 players here. Now it's a 1v1. So yeah, definitely KBL not playing well at all. Comes down to this 1v1 between Quan and Casper, and either way, KBL is definitely kicking themselves for what just happened there. Quan might win the 1v1 here if he throws one more nade, except I think he's lost track of the info. Throwing it to the complete other side. Maybe he didn't know there was only 2 Dope members and he's trying to account for more. But Casper in the second floor right now. This 1v1 is underway. There is more people getting eliminated in the elimination feed, but we'll see how this one plays out. Good little pre-nade cook to force Casper back one more time. And he's going to cook this nade, listening for the footsteps. Casper actually hops out of the window. I don't know if Quan caught the audio cue, but Quan's going to finish it off with a nice UMP shot to the head. KBL takes that, but that's at the cost of 3 players for only 2 elimination points.
Yeah, I definitely accidentally smacked my mic there, giving myself a big face palm on whatever happened there. But, I mean, he's kind of in a safe compound there. I mean, it's kind of like that bull compound that nobody really wants to go and crash into, but it doesn't matter. The zone is not going to grace him with its presence. So, again, just pulling over onto this eastern side. He's going to have to go on foot or at least be careful or something getting into this next one and let almost every single team over there on the western side kind of get in front of him. It's interesting to see, though, that the zone just pulled over here and already there's a big fight happening kind of for the biggest compound in this spot. I don't know. I don't really like the compound that Ace of Spades has because once you're in that compound, it's kind of hard to get out, especially if somebody gets control of the big hill right above them. But they're already big fighting a team back-to-back right beside. Not even actually back-to-back. They don't look like they want to be participating in this at all. Yeah, open the door, see the flames, close it right again. Like, nah, I'm not ready to come outside just yet. Hopefully somebody else will get the attention of this team tossing util at us shortly. And you can see that there's a big chance of that happening. APHELION and MEZEXIS are right beside them both.
Yeah, shout outs to whoever's got the inner Kobe in them, because one grenade through one of those small windows adds a 2-pointer.
True. Right
there. And yeah, MEZEXIS and APHELION both very close. You can see them try and get close to that for the nade. Most Wanted doing due diligence here, clearing everything out. I'm sure Quan as a solo has not made a single step of noise, but you can see even then, Most Wanted, they smell something fishy here and they're working together as a team. Let's see if Most Wanted doesn't lose a single player, though, because that sometimes still does happen. And I'm going to say it now. If Nova is in their prime, this is their game to win. Anything short of that, I'm going to say Nova is not playing in their prime. This is one of those circles that I feel like it should be their win if I've seen Nova play well before. And Quan is spotted out. Great little peek juke right there to get the info. Throws down the molly to stall for some time. And that molly is actually going to spread outside. And yikes. Just getting shredded as soon as he goes out of cover. And Most Wanted will clear this area. They still got to go, though, because not in zone, like you said. WALLSTREETBETS on top of them. Going to look to keep them out.
Doing a lot of damage. Oh, THIRDEYE actually doing a lot of damage. I thought that was somehow Most Wanted doing that to 24k, but no, THIRDEYE is going to be able to help them out a little bit, get a knock into at least one of them so far. You can see that is not pushing WALLSTREETBETS away from these potential eliminations. Already spotting out Saint and getting him knocked down. At this point, I don't think Most Wanted can kind of stop and get that res unless they want to start taking some blue zone damage. And, I mean, Alucard, he's already on his way trying to leave. Oh, you bet that vehicle probably got super low.
Yeah, great little turnaround for Alucard. He hopped out that vehicle quick and almost knocked out WALLSTREETBETS player, but Alucard will go down. And yeah, Most Wanted, like you said, that no one wants to really go there because it's just kind of stuck in that pocket. And now that they have to go out, you see the weakness of that position. And 4 bros, Most Wanted, WALLSTREETBETS. None of them are in circle, but 4 bros and WALLSTREETBETS definitely in better position as the blue zone will chunk that player down. Meanwhile, I think Nova from distance is going to have sightlines on both of these teams relatively shortly if they go into the zone.
They're spread out, but what's new with Nova? It does look like there's some Most Wanted that are able to kind of sneak on by. Nope, they cleaned that up. I'm taking it back. 4 bros and WALLSTREETBETS, though, they're going to be the next biggest fight that happens down here. And honestly, Nova, now that they're not inside of this next zone shift, I wonder if they're going to decide to kind of be aggressive on that to clean it up or maybe even get in front of it to do something. I don't know. I don't think it's possible now. Maybe the 4 bros is officially out, but WALLSTREETBETS, they're definitely having to kind of recover from that and get these reses. No, I don't think they're moving. They're definitely happy with the amount of information that they're getting from all across the zone right now, especially with the hit list right underneath Kindness down to the southern side.
Execute eliminated here. This is on the northern side. A lot of teams are forced to fight each other now. This is a very hilly part of Miramar. A lot of little ridges and dips that you can use, but also easily nadeable. And just one overstep or peak, you know, you could be taken down. As only J7 left alive in this shack. Looks like they managed to survive a lot of util probably, but it's down to J7 Clown. The IGL for APHELION Esports. IGL versus IGL, actually. J7 is, if nothing's changed, J7 is also the endgame leader for back-to-back. We'll see which one wins this one. Clown versus J7. The jukes, the moves, the pre-fire. Both players not connecting. A little more pre-fire. J7's got the UMP, though. Catches them, and there we go. J7 takes the dub there. But 4 players of MEZEXIS looking his way. I think this is it for J7.
Well, here we go. There's the prediction. 7 also agrees with you, Zoo. He wants Nova to win this game, and he got it if he doesn't want to get punished. Here we go. Back to back, though. They're officially out, just as you said. He was in charge of that peak to get rid of the other team, but unfortunately, he was just so far to the side and making so much noise that, you know, everybody else was looking in that direction. So everybody that was kind of picked apart, like this really small team that were making noise on the edge, they're now officially out of here. What's interesting about this end game as of right now is that this entire center is empty. Yeah, you can look at that in the little bigger map there. So it's entirely empty, just a big road. Again, just a big bowl basically that's going to be hard to play out of. And HQA goes out as well. We're officially down to 6 teams left. Nova doing a huge split, as you can see. 2 of them decided to go north to clean up that team up there. The other 2 continuing to put pressure onto the hit list that's been below them for a while now.
Yeah, they should have full control of this side of the zone, given their previous position and the way the circle works. This area of the map, not too super common and competitive, but common enough that I'm familiar with how this position out of Nova works if you give it to a good team. So Nova in their prime, that's why I said if Nova's in their prime, they win this, no questions asked. So we'll see how it goes. That's not even a terrible shift for Nova. They can wipe out the sides from their established control, and it just comes down to execution at this point. But not just Nova, though. Some other teams might have a chance to win with that northern shift. THIRDEYE with 4 players still up. They can make something happen. MEZEXIS Esports also with 4.
I was just about to say, how are you feeling now with this shift? I do think that opens the doors for some of these other teams, because Nova on their rotation, I mean, all eyes could potentially be on them as they're trying to make any sort of next move. Clearly, I think they're going to try to push north right into THIRDEYE, so that's going to be their next fight, and they're going to hope to take that fight while Star Gaming and Ace of Spades are preoccupied with each other, right? Because they don't want to get into a fight that'll eventually get third party, because now is the time. It's finally in the end game where only 6 teams are alive. When you hear fights, like, instantly people are going to push over to do something about it. That's why THIRDEYE are already so much closer to this than they previously were on the northern side of the circle.
Star Gaming, try to make a move. Oh, keep your gun. Oh, wow. How did he? Quick hands. Jump punch flying with whipping the gun out. Oh, there you go.
Stop.
That's quick. Oh, gosh. Quick with it. But let's see if he could pick up 2 more, as his teammates completely separated from him. He's caught in a 1v2 here. Ace of Spades definitely is aware of his presence. That's quick with the UMP. He's got a first aid kit. Can go ahead and use that. And oh, there goes his teammate, as THIRDEYE and Nova getting very close to each other now. So it looks like everybody's coming into zone. Mambe taking a peek down to 1 HP. M4 switch. Nesquik trying to get that first aid, but I don't think he has the time, and he will get taken out. Star Gaming eliminated. Nova versus THIRDEYE. MEZEXIS, huge opportunity for third party if Nova doesn't play this any tighter.
Oh, wow. Here we go. A lot of smokes put down. Honestly, this is all they can really do, right? Like, smokes is their cover in this situation. The hit list is officially out as well. They're trying to come in on that southern side. And this is actually interesting on how everybody is now spread out inside of the zone. Nova, they decided not to push too aggressively, but now they're in control of these bulls all the way over to the western side. Unfortunately for THIRDEYE, they've been ripped apart. They're kind of like in the center, can't really move that much. And Ace of Spades with only 2 people left, like, I don't think that they're going to be able to make this their game, especially coming from that compound that I already previously mentioned, that once people know you're in there and you're stuck in there from the circle, there's no way you're leaving. MEZEXIS at this point, to me, looks the strongest in terms of manpower and at least ownership of this zone, but it could go wrong quickly if they don't play this carefully.
I'm confused why Nova didn't take that spot where Remix was.
Oh, no.
From the previous spot that they had. That hilltop was in their sightline, inside of their control. one person up there, maybe two, would have stopped all of MEZEXIS from taking the real estate they did. So Nova, like I said, if it was Prime Nova, I feel like they would have prioritized that spot, at least have one person control it, but they gave it up, and now there are 3 people, like, sitting ducks here. Already, Yi is knocked, Ren is finished right there, and MEZEXIS, like you mentioned, full control is going to shove this into Nova. So Nova dropping the ball on this one, in my opinion, but this will be a great win for MEZEXIS with 8 eliminations and more to come.
Yeah, big gasps because they're able to spot out Nova in that way. Another one, no way. THIRDEYE getting a piece of this too. 2 of them now down. I would say, honestly, MEZEXIS can just run on down there and clean it up, but if they did, that would put them in a bad position for anybody else inside of this zone. So waiting up here definitely is the best call, but oh, if that isn't, like, so... I would be wanting to put, like, W, like, just foot push that little shack right there so badly, knowing that there's only one person left alive, but they should be able to get those reses. I mean, it's still going to be hard. They're going to be able to get back up, but they're still not inside the zone. And MEZEXIS is still just like breathing around their necks right above them.
Yeah, MEZEXIS now taking fights with everybody given the advantage position they're in. Ace of Spades with 2. I'm pretty sure those 2 players are wide in the open, but they're deep enough that MEZEXIS needs to really overstep to spot them out. And well, Inactive stepped out a little bit too much. This is good for Nova to maybe make a third-party attempt as Ace of Spades coming in with their fight. Takes down one of MEZEXIS. Nate caught in hand. That's another knock. This is Nova's chance to make it out of that coffin of theirs as Ace of Spades trying to make a move to take their win. And great knock. Ace of Spades so deadly. And MEZEXIS eliminated. Nova 3v1 as THIRDEYE third parties with a great nade, and yep, 2v1 now. Nova versus THIRDEYE.
I'm actually so angry. Why? How? Why did that happen? But THIRDEYE, there's only one of them left, and Nova knows that. I mean, of course they're just gonna push it. They got the chicken dinner. I'm actually mad about that outcome. What? Like, now the urge to have just pushed that little shack that all 3 of them are in, rezzing, like, that feeling just intensifies for me. Like, if that just happened, like, if MEZEXIS, instead of worrying about Ace of Spades coming out of that compound, and instead going and getting rid of, in my opinion, their bigger threat, which is Nova inside of that shack, like, I feel like that game would have gone differently. Like, I think that then would have been MEZEXIS' game, but that didn't happen.
You guys could tell how flustered Span was with just how fast she said all of that.
I'm mad.
Yeah, Span's like, I'm mad. That is not what should have happened. But is Nova in their prime? I don't know. They won, so we'll go to the highlights and we'll get the desk opinion on that game. But my prediction was right. Nova won.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like I'm going to be winning this prediction game. Shout out to Nova Esports. Yeah. 2-0. Hey, now we gotta watch out though, because you guys are fighting for who's not gonna get the punishment. Because if you guys end up tied, then both of you get the punishment. I'm just saying.
Dude,
I'm just saying.
you know, deserves a punishment. MEZEXIS
For real.
Esports, dude.
Yeah,
that was
okay.
straight
Thank you.
trash, dude. I cannot believe. I was like looking, and I was like, okay, Nova's going down here. There's no way in hell that MEZEXIS is gonna let Nova survive from that shack. What were all those nades for? What were all those Molotovs for? I don't know. MEZEXIS Esports NA, you got 18 points, but if I could, I would give you the red buzzer and cancel out this whole game after that one play. 7.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. I feel like they were just trying to focus on way too much stuff. To be fair, though, I feel like they should have focused on Ace of Spades a little bit earlier and tried to block them off. I feel like Ace of Spades were kind of ruining it for them. But all jokes aside, prediction aside, it's really good to see Nova Esports doing this well. We've been wondering what's been going on with them. They've finally been able to bring back 27 points. That's going to be massive. Keep in mind, the PMGC leaderboard is still very close, and Nova could shift it going into the last 2 days of this phase. And that's something that we're going to be keeping an eye on very close. And then talking about some of the other teams that we've been keeping a close eye on, Star Gaming, 12 points. And then surprise, surprise, Glitter, THIRDEYE being able to pull up 16 points.
Yeah, this is huge for THIRDEYE because the teams that they've been going up against, specifically Dope, nowhere to be seen on this first page as it's rounded out by HITLIST back-to-back and WALLSTREETBETS. Obviously, very, very top-heavy when it comes to those Elim points. I had high hopes for Star Gaming in this match, but they, unfortunately, Jukestar squads ran into each other, and it did not go so well when that happened. But the second page is where there's more teams that we have to talk about because, like you said, 7, THIRDEYE on that first page doing very well, and Dope on the second page not doing so hot. Only 3 points due to the elims that they were able to pick up here, which is going to continue giving some leverage to the likes of THIRDEYE. 19E down here at 0. That's going to help as well because it'll close the gap that 19E had kind of created for themselves here today. And HQA was that team that just dropped below outside of the top 16. And 2 points is not going to do a whole lot for them, Jukes.
Nope, sure is not. And 3 points for Dope Esports is going to hurt as well. I mean, these squads need to be, their hands got to be like this at this point. This is not the position you want to be in. You don't want to be straggling for some points here towards the end as we take a look here at the top damage dealers. MEZEXIS with the most damage here. Glitter.
Dang. I mean, I'm
could have been higher.
Not surprised, but I'm surprised, but not. I don't. It could have been higher. The elims could have been higher. The damage could have been a little bit higher. And it's almost exactly the same as what Nova was able to get, except Nova was able to get just a couple more elims going on for them. So to be fair, 2 massive performances out of both of those squads. Okay. No one, unallowed 7. Okay.
Yep.
Not allowed. But then THIRDEYE actually putting out a lot of damage, not getting probably the conversion they would want for that amount of damage, but the performance that we're seeing out of THIRDEYE today is a night and day difference.
Honestly, with the placement points that THIRDEYE was able to get, and I'm just gonna break this to you guys down right now, okay? I just took a peek at the overall, at the main one. Out of the 16 that are gonna be going to the finals, the gap between Dope Esports and THIRDEYE has come down to just 4 points. So Dope Esports, as we were saying earlier, you can't have a bad game. You gotta start waking up right now.
Should have been woke up. Should have been woke up, you know. And speaking of, I mean, when we talk about the THIRDEYE, I mean, just I hate to see that kind of performance out of them. Well, actually, it's good to see that out of them. I mean, Dope Esports opened the door for this squad, and man, just look at that, just jump in points right there, Glitter.
I mean, this is huge. Okay, you can see that when things started off, it was a little bit rocky. Nobody wants 2 goose eggs in a row. That's not the best look. It started to pick up and then they fell off a little bit, but this last match is huge for them. And this is what they need. It's timing wise, it's great. Like 7, you were just saying, there's only a 4-point gap now between them and Dope for that overall leaderboard, and that's very closable if they continue to play like this and if Dope doesn't pick it up sometime soon.
I mean, I feel like they can definitely do that within the next couple of matches before actually they could possibly do it before today even ends, if that's even possible. So it's going to be interesting to see what some of these teams are going to be able to do. If I'm looking at this right, Dope Esports is going to get a chance to play, and then THIRDEYE is also going to get a chance to play this last match.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm any of these teams, you know THIRDEYE is going to try to continue with that momentum, and then with Dope Esports, they're going to try to switch it up.
Hey, well, I know you brought out that, Schmedium Nova jersey on right there. I mean, I'll give you some time to brag about them some more as we pull up their player stats.
I love you. Koi with 1,000 damage, 591 receive eliminations up to 5. That's good to see out of Koi. We're usually used to seeing him heal. Well, guess what? My boy was able to switch it up. And then we go to Kindness, one of the best players so far this PMPL, putting up 500 damage, 3 eliminations. What was impressive to me in this win from Nova was their rotations. Like, they didn't really get favored by most of the circles. They were able to rotate, and hard rotations too, having to go down some of the mountains, having to figure out it. And on top of that, they had multiple splits late in the game. I mean, when we did the pick during that 5th circle, they were still split 2-2, and they were trying to start fights with 2 different teams. So overall, Nova, regardless of our predictions, regardless of what we think, great performance here on this last match.
Yeah, great performance, absolutely. And that's, speaking of splits, like that nice split they did, was it 3v1 in a shack versus MEZEXIS? Worked out perfectly as well, Hey, sometimes you got to split up to get the dub. Hey, go ahead and guys, if you think that was the best play ever, get in the conversation. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA. Take a quick selfie. Show us how you're watching the show. Hopefully, we'll bring you guys up here as we only got today and tomorrow left. So, you know what? Let's get this going, right? 1 match left. We're going back to the desert. Let's see if some of these squads can correct their mistakes.
All right, last match for the day. Miramar, once again. Nova with a huge dub. I think that last game was a little bit more normal. Actually, the ending was kind of crazy. I know you might still be mad about it. MEZEXIS definitely throwing that. Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's Battle Royale. Sometimes, stuff just happens, and you can never be prepared for everything. But we still got one more, Span. Maybe this one will be more to your liking. The Knights are playing in this one. I like how the Knights were sitting out last one. That's the one that Nova decides to win, right? What better time to win? Just shove it in the faces of the Knights. Like, you guys aren't here, we'll take the dub then.
Well, they need it, right? Right now, the Knights are ahead of them in terms of this week and in terms of those PGC points that we were talking about earlier. Not in terms of the overall. No, yeah, in terms of the overall, Nova is still holding on strong. So at least they'll have that going for themselves. Just keep going up higher and from the Knights. So maybe it's going to kind of balance itself out for a little bit. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I'm excited actually now that they're going to be inside of the same match on a more normal map that we're kind of talking about, because that's really where I think those really specific skills for high tier players come out to shine. And last match, there's actually 3 of the top 4 teams for this week sitting out in that group. So now they're back into the game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's going to create a really interesting last Miramar match, basically.
Yeah, I think this match is going to be more fun. Last match was definitely fun, but it's like now that we have some more of the heavy-hitting teams, it should be much more interesting. And for people tuning in, watching the last match today, if you're not sure what we're talking about the PMGC points, well, it's something we brought up at the beginning of this week. You guys might have missed it on Tuesday or Wednesday, but the points from the first split for North America tournament PMPL only, North America, does not include the Americas, NA PMPL, for the first split and the second split that we're playing right now, all the league points and the grand finals points are being added together to determine the most, consistent team in North America, the number 1 team in North America with those points. First place gets an invite into the PMGC league stage. And right now it's between Nova and Knights. Pretty much no one else is going to be able to catch up to those two. And last we saw, the point difference was like maybe around 100. 100 plus sounds like a lot. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we got 2 more days plus the entirety of the finals. All of the points added together is what's going to determine the number 1 overall NA team.
Yeah, and the bonus points too. And also, I misspoke. We're not going to see the Knights and Nova go against each other in this match because Nova's sitting out. So, Zute, you know what that means? Nova got to win the game that Knights weren't in. Maybe the Knights are going to win the game that Nova's not in. So, maybe it'll be a little bit of a back-to-back. And it looks like the game's going to start off kind of on the same foot with the plane path kind of over towards not the northern side, but more towards the western side this time, and the circle going on the opposite direction. Early fight here between APHELION and Dope, though. Looks like APHELION already has one person knocked and another down to like 5 HP, so it's not looking too good for them. Flash, I like this aggressiveness I'm seeing here. Unfortunately, APHELION, I don't think realized where he was, because I'm sure if both of them held that corner there, maybe that would have had a different outcome, but he's able to flush that out and get that elimination.
There's actually a third team here. It's Dope, APHELION, and TC. So it's 3 teams here fighting. So it's going to be a little bit chaotic as Dope takes down one of TC. APHELION down to 2 players. A 3v2 happening here with Dope with a great defense taking 2 of TC down. Only Gaja is up. The meds are probably very low, so Casper and Fishy, that's probably all the HP that they're going to be able to get. They got to work together as a team to 2v1 this, or else he's going to grab that revive, which is never good. A hello, double pump shotgun coming into play. Just knocked a player as 2 of TC are here now. And Fishy, last one up, got a little bit of a lean peek, not able to hit any of the shots. Just stuck on that lean.
He used to win?
Winchestered. Dope still has 2. TC has soon to be 3, and APHELION are close by with 2 still. Yeah, 3-way fight, very crazy.
Collusion's trying to be sneaky, coming up these stairs right here, but doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Gotcha shots him, and honestly, if he had gotten that first knock, look how low all of the Chosen are right now. Like that would have been like a gold mine of eliminations, but unfortunately, Illusion just can't get it done. And Flash, I mean, there's no point in him making this push at this point. Like the reses are already done, and as you can see, some of them are healing, so it's over.
Yeah, and APHELION Esports, they still have 2, but they actually went ahead and left during the midst of all this chaos, so they're just nowhere to be seen pretty much. They did not want to partake in any of this. So a little bit of a hectic start, but I think things will cool off for now. Flash last one up. Maybe TC will group up as 3 to try and find the last player, but this is such a huge city. Honestly, they should just go ahead and loot rather than hunting one last player down who knows where he's hiding, right? It could be in any nook or cranny. So that should be the end of that one. Circle is to the east, not as north as we saw in the last Miramar game. Some teams with great chances to rotate in with prime position. Nova, if they were here, because this would be a great zone for Nova to play in, which is perfect for the Knights, though, because the Knights could kind of do what Nova does in a similar situation because Nova simply isn't here. And this circle, I've seen Nova play very well. They'll do like a split from like La Bendita all the way up to Minas, and they will control like that huge split right down the middle, north to south. Might see Knights try and do something and implement the same. I do remember like a year ago, I was talking to Coops. I was like, what's one thing you guys are studying or working on? And he told me, we're studying Nova. We're looking at their splits and seeing how they play their splits. So maybe we might see some type of split here out of the Knights that's Nova-esque, but we'll soon we'll figure that out very shortly.
Yeah, right now, after the looting phase, everybody got to rotate first. Get to their first spot that they want to play out of. I guess the question is, since this isn't as far up to the northern side, where I feel like more to the north, it's kind of obvious where you should be playing, right? Because otherwise, there's clear, like, better and bad spots. A little bit further down to the southern side, I feel like there's more of a gray area on those opinions. Like, it's definitely per team. Like, you know, some people would say, oh, I never want to play in Bendita because I'm just going to get trapped in there. Other people would love to play the edge of Bendita Bowl, right? Because it's just so powerful in terms of peak and knowledge. So it's going to be down to the teams and where they decide is best for them to play. And, of course, then the later circles. So I want to see where people are going to end up. And, honestly, the start of this game was what I was expecting for last game. Like, I feel like last matches plane path was so much worse, but for some reason it's just this one starting out super starting off super aggressive right off the bat. Okay, good. Execute does not lose their vehicle there.
I like you mentioned La Bendita, how some teams will love it, some teams will hate it. It's a great example to play to your strengths, right? Like some teams are simply not fit for certain locations or certain splits, whereas some teams, you know, they'll benefit heavily from playing a little bit more risky or dangerous. So that's a great thing to keep in mind as you watch these teams, you know, make the certain decisions that they might make. It's not like you can, you know, see one team and be like, why aren't they playing split like Nova? This would be a great split. It's because it's not easy to play those splits. You know, only certain teams can pull it off. And looking at the Knights rotation, they're actually not going to play split at all. They're going to group up very close together. Might be like, they might branch off into 2-2 split, like a very small one. But for now, they're 4 people stacked at one compound right on the E of Minas Generalis, which is a little bit east of the Minas area. We'll see as more teams rotate in just how everyone positions and postures up. But I think only the Knights have picked a spot that they're going to stay at. Maybe WALLSTREETBETS has picked their spot for this circle, but everyone else is still rotating, and we're at about 7.5 minutes in.
I also wouldn't be surprised if Ace might decide to stay on the northern side of Impala, but you're right, everybody else, like, I don't know if this is their last spot for sure at all, because they're not towards the center. Plus, they're just not the best spots, like at all. So the continued rotations are definitely going to come through, and just like we were starting to get some glimpses of teams rotating by each other, maybe we're going to see a little bit more of that action as people just drive by each other. I mean, there's just such an opportunity, I think, for fights to happen on this rotation because there's only a couple of roads to get to the spot as well. There's definitely a lot of terrain that just splits up the land down on the southern side, so that may just push people together naturally on the rotation. Unfortunately for Peaceful, he's going to get caught out by a team right above him, Angry Amateurs, and they actually don't take him down, which is unfortunate because I think that that could have been a really good, at least 1 point for Angry Amateurs, but he's able to get away off of that. And now you know that THIRDEYE, they're changing up their rotation completely. No longer are they going to go by THIRDEYE. They're going north even to start getting up on top of this hill and figure out what they want to do next.
That's going to cut down a lot on how fast they can rotate, though, because they're literally driving away from the zone up onto more difficult areas to rotate just to play it more safe. No, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but it's just going to hurt them either way as we see the next circle shift. And it does go down south. La Bendita would be a great place to be. The Knights, if they're fast enough, they could still take that one warehouse they really love to play just to the bottom left of that L of La Bendita. I see that's a spot that they frequent a lot in the first circle. Maybe they thought the circle was going to go a little more east, so they went in a little deeper. But we'll see how they readjust. And back-to-back is going to take that position instead. So back-to-back setting themselves up in a great spot. No one playing the Crater Fields of La Bendita. This is a spot that we see Nova play every single time in a circle like this, but you see no other team wants to try and take it because it's a very different skill set that's required to play that area.
Ooh, we might actually see the Knights try and grab a compound that's already taken by at least one person. So yeah, this is now the time where people are wanting to play those specific compounds that some might already be occupied. It's interesting to me that WALLSTREETBETS also decided to play up on top of these Minas like plateaus up here, because from up here, like we know for a fact that it's not really gonna go up here anymore, but they're still gathering information on this. I think that that's what their aim is for now. See, yes, this is the compound that I was talking about.
Oh, man.
The Knights, they want this, but Most Wanted, they already had one person there. The rest of Most Wanted were driving there, but the Knights got there first. So it was interesting to see Alucard at least be able to get one. I think that does definitely open up his ability to start running away, but unfortunately, they lose the compound. They were there first, but the Knights, the majority of them, got there first, I guess you could say.
That's one of the scummiest things that you can imagine to pull off in PUBG. You're just camping at a ridgeline, and you peek up, you knock them, you thirst them, and you run away. And then Tensa being the IG, I've seen Tensa get frustrated a lot with like certain things that happen in competitive, and for him to get snaked out, I can imagine Tensa being extremely annoyed by that. You saw when Tensa got knocked, he didn't even try and move around. He was just like, "Oh my, I'm dead. This is how my last game's gonna go." And Alucard even makes it out alive with great supporting fire from the rest of the Most Wanted team, of course. A little bit risky there. And yeah, Alucard's like, no, give me that soda. I deserve one for putting a point on board for us. But that does knock the Knights down to a 3-man. And Most Wanted, actually, I like the split that they're playing. A 2-2, but they're controlling a hard-covered compound, and they're still playing in the open, like on the ridge lines, to get more info and more pressure throughout the center of the map.
Honestly, I feel like I would have done what Alucard did as well, though, because what do you do if you're a solo waiting for your teammates to rotate
it was
over
smart.
and get crashed? Yeah, so really, what else can you do if a full 4-man crashes onto your position, except for start being sneaky and a point off of it? So that's what happened. I'm just surprised, honestly, that he was able to successfully get out of that situation, but it is what it is now. And still, you're right, no one playing left. Yeah.
I think back-to-back having a little bit of fun here.
They're knocking each other, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a celebration for doing well in the second week. Like, honestly, with a team like back-to-back that has so much pressure on them, right? So much expectations, including us from the casters and analysts, right?
Yeah.
I'm happy to see they're pretty relaxed and just having fun. Like, if any other team was throwing nades around, I'd be like, they're wasting their util. That nade could be super important. But I think we're back-to-back with the amount of pressure. It probably helps them more to keep a lighthearted environment and just play the best they can, because I think mentally it's going to help them perform better overall. And they're sitting at second place overall for the week, 141. So can't be too upset at them for throwing some nades around when they doing like a huge comeback.
My only concern is one of those nades did actually knock one of them, so later in the game that could come to play, but maybe that's too serious of talk. Like, they're allowed, the whole point, like, one of the main reasons to get into esports is because you love the game, right? And you can't be serious all the time if you're going to compete in this, so it's nice to kind of get those goofy moments with your team. It does look like for some people, though, this is starting to get a little bit serious, because Bolty, I wouldn't want to be in this position. He's right underneath the noses of Star Gaming. They know that he is in that position. His teammates just a little bit too far away to be able to help him out like at all. So this is Bolty's home, and they're gonna have to try and get him out of there by getting some knots on Star Gaming soon.
Yeah, that's a very rough position. You see, once that smoke runs out, his other sideline is going to open him up, but Bolty's going to make a play here now that Star Gaming is leaving. He heard him running up, though, so he's going to pre-fire into the smoke. Ayuya, this was a top player out of week number 2 when Star Gaming was second place overall at the end of the week. Ayuya so far, though, not really doing much. Nice little off angle like I called out. That smoke is gone. Bolty is going to go down, but both these teams need to rotate. Circle has shifted back a little bit towards the east, away from back-to-back, and pretty much centering right on the Knights.
Oh man, right in the blue. This is going to be an interesting rotation as well, because all these teams now up here that we're currently spectating in this blue zone, they're all coming from the northeastern side. They're going to be making a big push on this eastern side of the circle. I don't even know where they're going to end up. It does look like 19 Esports, the hit list, are also taking a fight with each other. Not as serious, though. They actually decided to push up towards Bendita, but they're not committing to this fight just yet. And I think that's a good idea for now, because as you can see in that elimination feed, there's actually numerous fights happening all around this entire zone. Because again, this is a the zone might be a little bit too small for how many players. Well, not even that. It's definitely big enough, but there's just not enough good spots for everybody to play. This again is the space where there's good and bad spots. And oh wow, okay. Unfortunately for 24K, he's not getting away with that rotation.
Yeah, I think everyone of the hit list was looking his way. Yep, all 4 sightlines. 24K not able to dodge all the bullets. APHELION getting taken out. Didn't even see what happened. It's definitely on rotation though, as we're 2 teams down to 1 player, as well as we head in the next shift, and it goes to La Bendita. That warehouse that back-to-back was still in zone, but I like that ridgeline that they're playing at way more if they could control it. Most Wanted in a great spot if they could hold that. Knights can play from the edge right there. They're able to clear out their backsides, but probably better with 4 people, because they are going to meet like a lot of opposition as this zone starts closing in.
Definitely a lot of people over there on the eastern side. I do like that they do have the opportunity later to push up on top of Bandita Hill and play from there, but now's not the time because if they go too high up, they're going to obviously be in the open. So right now is finding that fine balance or timing based off of your knowledge of who's around you. So it'll be interesting to see when they're going to be allowed to make that move on up. Same with the opposite side, honestly. Back to back, I'd like to see that they decide to be aggressive and come out of that compound actually, because it's like such on the edge now that I think leaving and definitely getting the information around you, applying pressure on people that aren't in the best of situations will help them in the long run. I just hope that nobody from like the southern side or something. I'm only a little bit worried because there are so many people up to the northern side that a lot of things could go wrong, basically.
I think they should do like a 3-1 split, right? Because that the team across from them shouldn't move given the new shift, and they could kind of bank on that fact and just keep one person watching there. The thing I might worry more about is that 19E player. He is just, they have no idea he's there. They have not cleared out the building. If things get a little too hectic here, he could do a very nasty third party potential, and it could, you know, make everything for back-to-back fall apart. It also depends on where the circle goes, though, because if it does shift onto them, you know, they could definitely survive one more zone without that 19E player having to make a play. Speaking about making a play, Most Wanted trying to defend their split, 2-2 split. Angry Amateurs picking a ditch. Pretty good position if they don't get rained in on with nades.
Yeah, it's like a good spot to like hunker down and just like wait for the smaller zones, but I don't know if they have any authority to do anything else. Like, I don't think that they have the advantage of any situations. Looks like up on the northern side, that chaos has finally started. The fighting has started, and the hit list, they have one knocked, and so does WALLSTREETBETS. WALLSTREETBETS, actually, I feel like they haven't entirely decided on what they want to do. Now I think they did, actually. Jiwoon obviously going for that res onto Janchi to the best of his ability, but otherwise, they were pretty far up to the northern side. I don't think fully committing to something just yet. The hit list being on the right on the opposite side of that little hill into La Bandita, though, it's making me really nervous about WALLSTREETBETS and if they're going to be able to finish this game, especially because Flash, he actually made it inside of La Bandita compound.
Yeah, this is tough. They got the revive. Now they have to take the challenge. 3 heads peeking over. That is not good odds for them, but the hill is getting way too aggressive. 2-3 people pushing over the ridge, trying to take down these two players. WALLSTREETBETS will lose one, but it seems like they will win the fight with the hit list in exchange. And back-to-back, trying to do some third-partying from distance. One of them knocked. That could be 19E Rads, the player that's been hiding in the compound. Time for him to maybe make a move to help out his teammate.
I was gonna say, why Flash I don't think has the ability to go out there. There's so many teams like up on top of Bandita Hills now. Like, there's no way that he's gonna be able to help out, but I guess that was the decision, right? Like, he made it safely inside of the compound. The rest of the hit list, unfortunately, just not in a position to be helped or get further inside of the game. Oh, and that's not going to stop one of the members of the hit list, though, getting another knock on a 19 Esports. No way! WALLSTREETBETS isn't going to let him get away too easily. And they're just committed to this fight, I think. They're committed to getting these eliminations because, once again, I mean, you know that right when the zone moved, they took a look at it immediately, and it is out of La Bandita Bowl, where the majority of this lobby now are.
Nice shot for back-to-back. They end up losing one player, but the La Bandita Bowl is going to be a bowl filled with red. None of it is in zone.
Oh, yeah.
And even then, if they get past the ridge, they got to go downhill in the open. Only maybe back-to-back will make it into the zone from here, but out of the 5 teams in the La Bandita Bowl, only one's making it out. And it's not looking good for any of them, because even if they get out into the circle, there's like barely any cover.
Especially now that Angry Amateurs are out, like clearly fighting outside of the bowl is happening. Once that stops, that means that people out there can start setting up, waiting for people to start pouring out of the bowl, right? So now is really the time to kind of get out of here and start solidifying your position there. But that can't happen easily. Easier said than done, obviously. WALLSTREETBETS, they can't just waltz on up there because they're going to get shot in the back by THIRDEYE that are currently occupying these center buildings. Here we go, Gunda. He's actually playing this really carefully. I don't know if Janchi just saw him there actually when he peeked on up, but at this point it's just who's going to be getting these first couple of knocks, who's going to get the rid of this other team, they're the ones that are going to be able to get the top of Bandita Bull and take that higher ground. Here we go. The first shot's coming through. They got both of these players down pretty low, but no way. I love that wraparound from Wall Street Bets. It's going to be THIRDEYE eliminated. And Skipper, no, I was going to say he's so low. It's going to be taken down by the blue. I think that just means that Janchi left. He definitely can't get those reses.
Oh, Skipper. Skipper is like, gimme, gimme, gimme. And then he's like, oh, wait, I'm 1 HP. And he goes down. Execute. They've been playing very quiet. They've been on the edge of every zone shift, so not having to fight too hard. But now that the zone has closed enough, they are forced into engagement with back-to-back. They've taken control of the shack back-to-back with only one player up now, J7. Gonna throw some smokes, maybe try and get a revive, but Jason is keeping a good eye on things. Execute in a good position with 3 players. They can make something happen here. The Knights also keeping up their 3 using that compound, which is why, you know, they prioritized it so much. Most wanted with 4 dealing with a lot of casualties as the 1v1 is going to take place. J7 has pushed into Fate. Fate at an HP advantage to DBS, though. Very scary. He gets 1 hit on Fate, and it was not enough. As back-to-back taken out. With Execute managing to maintain at least 2 for now. Oh, that's going to blow up. Fate might get exploded here in the elimination feed. No, he's going to stay alive for now.
Not going to meet his fate just yet. Anyway, it does look like Sixless, even though he's knocked inside of the zone as well, like he's still up and able to give information back to Fate and Jason, so that's going to be helpful on their next rotation on in. But Star Gaming, I like the pressure that they're putting on them because it's just obvious at this point, when you go straight into the zone, that's going to be the people that they're going to need to focus on next, right? So Hayuya, I like that he's already pushed up onto the side there, only a tiny bit nervous that those other teams up on the northern side, but to the east, are going to be able to spot him out. It looks like they're just a little bit too preoccupied with each other, though, to do any damage to him just yet.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah, that UMP from distance, definitely nasty. The nade softened up. Does he have another one? He could finish both of those players if he does. That smoke's about to run out, so he knows he can't be that far up the ridgeline, which I love the awareness out of Hayuya of. The 3v3 push is going to happen. Knights versus Most Wanted as one player driving through to cause some distractions, but Spec loses the opening. One player gets run over. Xenox with the run over and a quick turnaround with support from his teammate will get the trade, and that is... I love how the Knights play. Even if one player loses their 1v1, the 2v3 out of the Knights in that situation with the supporting fire of Coops and just well done out of the Knights. With 3 players up, they're going to get the full reset. Execute still has 3, Star with 2, Dope with 1. This could be the Knights game. I mean, we set this up from the very beginning. Nova's not here, Knights might take it. Knights not in the last game that Nova was playing won. Nova won, so this could be their game. The circle still got to shift, though, as they don't have too much cover to work with if it goes off of them.
I still think there is the chance for that solo down to the southern side, the last member of Dope Flash, to do some big damage to whoever he so pleases. But I've said that before, and the Knights are actually able to kind of sniff out those solos and get rid of them without any damage to themselves. So it just comes down to who's Flash going to go on ahead and set his eyes on, and again, who Star is going to decide to be aggressive on as well.
Yeah, just as you say that. Like how? How did they know?
I don't know.
Flash was not making a noise up there. He was prone on the road, taking a sunbathe, and the Knights just have a sixth sense as Coops gets the... I like that. Coops went for the confirmation. He gets knocked, but he could get revived. That hurts Execute way more than it hurts the Knights. Xenox has to be a little bit careful here to hold the zone or the defense, but the zone goes up north, so Star Gaming and Knights are in zone. Star Gaming, they don't have to push, so I think the Knights will get a free revive, changing this end fight down to a 3v2v2.
Here we go, big utility being tossed out there. The only unfortunate thing in this is that Spec does have to go back and get that res onto Coops. Like, it makes me a little bit nervous for Xenox, but it's the end of the game. They see that the number says 7, and they're deciding to play more passively, right? Like, if this was still like a little bit of an earlier game or anything, or if Star Gaming even had 4 people up, I'm sure they would be more aggressive into entering the zone, and then it might have been the end of Xenox. But that's just not the case. Like, the number of people per team is huge when it comes to the play style or how they play the rest of the match.
By the way, the Knights lost Tensa for free. to like one of the most unfortunate circumstances in Battle Royale. And the Knights are still looking so strong. 11 eliminations, and they're set and poised to win this game with 4 more potential. Xenox is pretty much holding down the side of the northern half against Star Gaming, and I trust in Xenox. I trust in any of the players to hold a 1v2 because the supporting sightlines are just right next to them to help each other out. So this zone is going to go into kind of a stalemate. I think we're going to have to go into the next circle before something really happens.
Oh, there we go. Xenox spots one out. I was going to say the only thing that could possibly happen for Knights not to win this, I think, is if Star Gaming and Execute somehow, not purposely, but like coordinate a push onto Knights in the center, right? But that is not what's happening. Looks like they will officially be able to just get out Sixless. Jason taking so much damage too, and no way, Robert GG spotted out as well? There's only one member left for each of these?
It was a trade. Knights traded the knock that they got, but 2v1, no, one more member of Execute still alive. They're going to go ahead and wipe this team out. I like how they're going to give up Spec, though. They got to make sure they clean this one cleanly. Okay, so now it's a 2v1. Jason versus the 2-player of the Knights. They can maybe even run back for Spec if they're fast enough, but they're going to take these peeks. Jason's in a terrible spot. Not much cover at all. This should be the Knights game. Jason forced to go prone. That puts them out of position to fire back, and the Knights clean it out in, I mean, could we have said it even better? If Nova's not here to stop the Knights, no one's going to stop the Knights, and no one's there to stop Nova. You know, they're going to take the win. The Knights did this off the back of a 3-man team. Granted, the circle did kind of play in their favor, but hey, they picked a position that they knew how to work with, and they played it perfectly, even as a 3-man, and that was a great win out of them. Great teamwork. Always love seeing the Knights in action.
I mean, they did have to push out of that compound pretty aggressively, right? And take that fight with Angry Amateur. So it's not necessarily, it wasn't easy on their part. They definitely used their IGLing to get themselves in that perfect position and get that win in the end. Like, I seriously thought maybe they were going to be able to take, they were going to be taken out then, but it didn't happen. But we're going to go take a look at the highlights from our last matchup today and wrap it up with the desk.
Oh, baby, the Knights get that big chicken dinner at the end. Oh, just as predicted, clutch it up. That is how you get it done. And I ain't gonna lie, that was huge for them because Nova had some pretty good, solid points today. And for the overall PMGC leaderboards, you can't go wrong with putting up some massive points like they just did in this one. Let's put the match ranking here so we can wrap this bad boy up. What do you think about that one, Seven?
Man, this is exactly the response that I was hoping that Knights would get. By the way, you were not the only one that predicted Knights winning. Dewey Don on YouTube watching on the PUBG Mobile Esports NA channel predicting them before the game even started. That man is on a whole nother level. Dewey Don, congratulations. Execute 18 points. Star Gaming. Like, man, this is... Remember when I was telling you that roller coaster of emotions? Star Gaming is still giving me that. 17 points though. Good to see them there. Dope Esports responding to what THIRDEYE was able to do earlier with those 11 points. That's going to be massive when we come in tomorrow and look at that overall for all the faces back to back there with the 6 points. And I want to see that second page because that second page is going to be pretty interesting, Glitter, as we see the Panthers there with the 4 points.
It's interesting because a lot of the people that needed points didn't necessarily get them. HQA is one of those squads that needs points. They got a big old goose egg. 19E was pretty much caught up to, and they only got 2. THIRDEYE only with 2. So it's going to make for an interesting Saturday and Sunday for the squads that are fighting somewhere near that bubble.
Heck yes, it is. I mean, dang. I mean, this is going to come down to the exact last wire. But you know what? Before all you guys go, we do have an amazing interview right now with none other than the legend, Frady from the Panthers. Oh, I am so stoked for this one. What's up, Frady?
What's up?
Huh? You doing good, bro? What's up, man? How you feeling?
What's up? Yeah. Feeling good. After
Feeling good? Feeling
today.
good? Man, dude, you guys had a crazy day here today, huh? I saw that crazy clutch you did, bro. How hype were y'all?
My team is hype, but I'm kind of normal right now because, yeah, I'm kind of normal right now.
Because,
Love
yeah,
the situation.
I like it. I like it. All right, bro. Well, for everybody out there that doesn't know about, you know, Frady, the Panthers, why don't you just tell them a little bit about them?
The Panthers is
Who is Frady?
It's a team that, yeah, we started as a Puerto Rican roster and finished with, yeah, like with people
Heck yeah.
from United States.
All right. There you go. People in the U.S., baby. That's how we do it. So I got to ask you this. You know, you guys you got a question here from Seven. All right. It says, you know, about the slowdown in phase 2. Okay. So in phase 2, second week, y'all guys didn't do as well as we had expected, right? What are you guys really doing different now?
We kind of, bro, on second week, we played Forza. We literally was all around, and we just playing with Brain on week 3. So that's what it is.
Gotcha.
We playing
Gotcha.
with
So
the
what's your
brain
role
now.
right now on the squad? Just main fragger?
Me, yeah, I'm a fragger. Kind of making some calls there.
Got it. So you're like, so who's the main IGL right now?
It's Mozo.
Okay, yeah. So Moso's the
is
main
IGL.
IGL, right? You're obviously the head fragger, right? But you saying that you like when it comes to like in-game fights, you switch to like kind of like that fight IGL or what?
Kind of, yeah. I make some calls, so and it's working out on week 3. So yeah.
Heck yeah. All right. Well, you be fragging it up big time. So I got 2 questions for you real quick, right? One is, so for a lot of people out there that want to know like how you frag it out, what your controls are. You are, you know, controls. You're using 4-finger claw, gyro.
I do use 5-finger claw with gyro.
Alright.
5-finger claw with gyro.
5-finger claw with gyro. All right. And the last question that we got here. All right. Chico has joined the squad from the Knights, right? How did that go, right? How did you guys steal Chico away, right? And how has that been going so far for you guys?
He was a free agent. He texted his Mozo that he wanted to play with us, and it's going well.
Reached out.
It's going well. He's a great player.
Gotcha. Gotcha, man. Well, hey, any last words you got to say to the people out there cheering Frady on and the Panthers?
Man, go TP.
Go TP. All right, man. Thank you so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it. Much love. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
TP, ladies and gentlemen. Not toilet paper. The Panthers, bro. They're wiping the competition. They're wiping the competition.
Wow, you even managed to get a pun out of it.
You like that? You like that? Off the top of the dome, bro. They're just people. You know what I'm saying? In America, looking to play some PUBG Mobile 7.
Hey, I love the answer that he gave there for phase 2, and I love the answer that he gave for Chico joining as well. He did say it's going great so far, and it's interesting. It was actually Chico that reached out, so Chico saw a lot of potential in this squad. I mean, that's the only reason why he would be joining this squad, and so far it's working out wonders for them. And I'll tell you what, when they do end up doing better, the whole squad here, especially in phase 3, it's not just Frady, it's not just Mozo. We have seen Chico perform really well for that squad. So it's good to see that the trade, the addition of Chico is currently working out great for them.
Absolutely. Let's go and bring up the overall leaderboard so we can see where everybody lines up here after this day. Only 2 more days left here in this final phase of PMPL before we go into the finals. And look at that, 196 points from the Knights. Again, big day from them, right, Seven?
Oh, huge day. I mean, especially to close it out. That was the return that they needed, because before that, I'm sorry, Knights, but it was not your day, okay? Back-to-back, finishing off there in second place, 147 points to Panthers. I mean, continuing with the good performance here on phase 3. 135 points for them. And Nova, we've seen a bit of a turnaround there. Didn't start off as hot, but Glitter, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing out of Nova there towards the end of their day.
Yeah, you know, they started to pick it up. They looked a little bit more comfortable back into that Nova groove that they have shown us time and time again throughout the entire first 2 phases. So we'll have to see how they close out the last 2 days. But then the Chosen, another squad that had some serious pop-off moments here today, getting themselves in 5th on this overall leaderboard for phase 3. APHELION, Esports, WALLSTREETBETS, and Ace of Spades rounding out the top 8. Much more squads also now in that triple-digit area for the total points. And then as we check out the second page here, you can see what's going on. And I mean, specifically, we've kind of just on this overall leaderboard, we've been watching a lot of the jockeying between THIRDEYE and Dope. Down here, they're still very, very close in their scores, and they're close on the overall of all of the phases leaderboard as well. So we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on them for the next couple days, because this is getting a little bit scary for Dope, as they are now the 16th team right on that bubble. And then right behind them, we'll have to see what those teams do, if they're able to catch up at all. And of course, what that does to the overall of overalls, because there's so many different leaderboards that we're keeping track of. It's true.
Yep, the overall bonus points, the overall for phase 3, the overall overalls, yes, the Olympic overalls, the PMGC overalls. So much to keep track of. I love it, to be honest with you, because I love this format. The fact that league play now has a big impact on the finals.
Yeah.
Right, Glitter?
Yep.
The fact that now, boom, every game can give you that extra advantage just like that. Now, who is going to be the MVP today? That is the question.
I think we just talked to him.
I was going to say, it's got to be Frady, right? Otherwise...
The performance he put up. Like,
Frady did pop off.
The clutches from the beginning of the day, too. I'm going to say Frady.
Okay. What do you think? It's Frady.
Hey!
MVP. I should have asked him, how does it feel to be MVP? How does it feel to be MVP?
If only we
You
would have
need
known,
to know
man.
the future, Jukes.
I should have known. I should have known. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. But you know what? 14 eliminations, 1,500 damage. Just a man in America bragging out for his squad, Glitter.
Glitter got one right. Let's go, Glitter.
Let's go,
Yes!
Glitter.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. Give it up for Glitter, ladies
Come on, chat.
and gentlemen.
Chat, let me see them clap emojis. Production, why you got to do her like this? Now.
You know what? Chat likes me more than you, okay?
That is absolutely true.
Dang it. You had to go there. You had to pull out the big guns, Glitter.
Wait. Bring back that leaderboard real quick, because Jukes,
not again.
We get to pick the punishment.
We're the winners. That's right. What will the punishment be tomorrow? Should we pick the punishment, or should we let the people choose? What do you think?
We can let the people vote. We can let them decide. You know what? I think that's a great idea. Hashtag PMPL.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Follow the socials. Follow,
you gotta
of
tell
course.
them what they're voting on.
Hey, we're going to vote on... I say we go high-pitched voice, right?
Or deep voice.
Or deep voice.
Deep voice.
Right? Glitter,
Okay.
she have a... Yeah.
So for everybody watching, go to Twitter, go to Instagram, whatever it is that you need to do, or whatever social media it is that you use, and make sure you tweet out and use hashtag PMPLNA. We're going to be looking at it. When I'm going to sleep tonight, I'm going to be like, okay, that's a good recommendation right there. I'm going to be adding them up. And let us know if Glitter should have a deep voice at the start of tomorrow, or a small little squeaky voice at the start of tomorrow.
This is Glitter. I think that was worth the punishment right there.
I like
little side one.
You gotta give him the tone, you know.
That's right. You gotta let them know what is on the line. Well, guys, that is it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Again, I'm Hot Jukes here with the Seven Worlds Gaming Glitter Explosion. Go ahead and give us a follow. Also, big shout out to our casters, Span Cargo and Sute did a great job today. All of our teams, we will see y'all tomorrow for some more PMPL NA action. Couple into the wire.
I won.
Under the wire.
Yes.
Second place. Second place, baby.
Don't you know you gotta be one? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Don't you know you gotta be one? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Gonna give you just a little more. The brother's coming in through the outdoors. Doesn't even know what the beat's for. Gotta get your freaky body on the dance floor. Don't you know you gotta be one? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round.
I've been waiting here for a little while. Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just his style. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you